Hello, everybody. What's going on? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you live. Hopefully, you're all doing really good. Welcome into the stream. All right, let me turn down that music a little bit. All right, I think we're good. I think we get started. It's so early. It's 6:30 in the. I was up a lot earlier, but I was just kind of chilling out a little bit. Just kind of like making the coffee, you know. That's the most important part. That's the most important meal of the day right there is your coffee. So, you know how it is. So, anyways, yesterday, guys, we completed the UNF Gaming's course on Unreal Engine. I think it went really good. I really do. I thought it was really productive. It was a great little introduction to the editor. And I also learned about that thing they have a partnership with to get like free assets from that, which I didn't even know. So that was actually really cool. But yeah, it was really good. It was really good for sure. All right, so let's load up YouTube. Oh man, hopefully everyone had a great Thanksgiving yesterday.
Unity is a...
Sorry, I just gotta give me a minute, guys. Let's see. Oh, is this the one I was looking for?
Have you ever wondered?
Let's see what version of this. Oh, this looks really outdated. I don't know if this video is gonna be the right one. JX, how's it going? Good morning. Oh man, this is Unreal Engine 4. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna. Might not work. What's my plan for now? I need to find another tutorial. Cause the blue. So I was gonna watch. Remember yesterday how they said they had UNF Gaming said they had a blueprint course. They do, but it's in like Unreal Engine 4. Which, granted, I get that the blueprinting would probably what they tell you in Unreal Engine 4 might be okay, but I don't know how outdated. Between 4 and 5, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Oh, is it? Okay. Some node names might have different names. Yeah. I don't know how outdated this one. 11-hour tutorial. Holy shit. Guys, look at this. Look, 11 hours. What is it? 11 hours and 23 minutes. Oh my god, that would be the most hardcore tutorial. Oh my god, I can't. That must be like the most deepest dive in Unreal Engine. That has got to be. That is 12 hours basically. That has got to be. They must go into like everything. Oh my god, the poor soul that had to edit that video. Oh my god, could you imagine your tasked with editing that video? Oh my god, I could not imagine. Look, 5 hours for that one. Yeah, I mean, which is good. I'm glad it's not like, yeah, I'm going to teach you Unreal Engine in 30 minutes. Okay, that means you're going to be flying through that. You know what I mean? Oh my god, that's crazy. Someone gave me a really good channel, and I don't remember the channel name. I forgot to go to it. What are we doing with this one? Just kind of looking over some stuff. Oh, cool. This goes into blueprinting. Have you ever heard of a channel called I can't talk. Smart Polly. Ring a bell? There is Flutter 37-hour course. Oh my god, dude. That's yeah, they have a really good playlist here. Unreal Engine 5 beginner tutorials. This playlist looks really good. Playlist 2022. Wow, they keep up to date on this stuff. Are these the same tutorials? I like the one that. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. I like this one. No, this one's their introduction series. And then the next one after that, it's a blueprint series. They have blueprint intermediate. Then okay, so there was a 2022 version. Getting started. Yeah, this looks really good. How old is this one? Oh, cool. It's only 2 months ago. Sick. Okay, cool. Good deal. I like it. Oh shit! I forgot to get premium yesterday. Damn it! I knew I was forgetting to do something. I was gonna get YouTube Premium yesterday, so we didn't have to deal with all these like ads. But, whoops! I forgot. I know I was forgetting to do something. Oh, I got my friend, speaking of zombies, I got my roommate last night, Call of Duty. I was like, dude, we gotta play together. We gotta play. So, I was like, here you go. And I just sent him a gift card to PlayStation Store. I'm like, just get the game now. Let's go. We gotta play. And then he went to bed on me. I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, let's go. And then he's like, yeah. And then he sends me a text. He's like, yeah, man, I gotta take a nap. To be fair, though, he did cook all day yesterday. So, I don't blame him. He was pretty tired. So, but, all right, guys, let's get right into it. I think once we get a really good an understanding of the blueprinting and the editor itself, then I think the best thing to do from there is maybe just jump in and try to do something. You know what I mean? Just think of something really stupid, simple. I don't care if it's a ball that moves down the hallway and my keyboard controls it. You know what I mean? Like, even that simple. And then maybe we make the ball jump or something. I don't care. We'll figure it out. Let's go. All right, I need to mute that. All right.
Creating things like short films, games, or whatever you might use the engine for. In this video, we will cover how you can download and install Unreal Engine 5.
Oh, we're going to skip that section.
We will cover the bare basics like the user interface and all of the basic viewport controls that you need to know. We will cover how you can manipulate objects using the move, rotate, and scale tools. And we will go over how you can get assets into Unreal Engine through various different means. We will cover some of the basic sub-editors in the engine, things like materials and blueprints, and the purpose of this video is just to build you a strong foundation in using the engine. That way you have all of the basic knowledge you need to start using Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah,
and
I need to get the lighting
video,
stuff
that will be a
down.
follow-up video to this one. We're going to dive more in depth to some of the things that we actually learn in this beginner tutorial. So make sure you subscribe for that video. I'm currently trying to hit over 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. And if you don't want to miss out on any future Unreal Engine content, make sure you hit that little bell icon. Also, if this video helps you out and you enjoyed it, and perhaps you want to learn more, I have some premium courses on my website that you can check out at smartpoly.teachable.com. I'll leave a link to it in the description below. If you are specifically looking to make games inside of Unreal Engine, luckily for you, I have a complete first-person multiplayer survival game course where we teach you how to make a complete survival game from scratch and from start to finish. I will also be adding more other courses on my website for those of you folks who aren't necessarily interested in making games, courses like how to make realistic environments in Unreal Engine, and so much more. So check out my premium courses on smartpoly.teachable.com, and without further ado, let's go ahead and get right into the video.
With Photo Vibrance, you can transform any photo into a mesmerizing moving image in just a few clicks. Simply drop your image into Vibrance.
Oh, ads, man. At least
so
it
to go ahead and get
like,
started downloading
at least
the
it wasn't
engine,
any
you want to head
like,
over to Unreal
stupid whatchamacallit, like
description below. Now you're gonna
crazy what do you call it,
Epic Games account. So if you don't have an Epic Games account, you want to go
like a
ahead and
scam ad, you know.
So I have a link to that in the description below. You'll just click sign up, and you can sign up with the email, Google account, Facebook, or whatnot. But once you've created the click installing, ahead and pay the creators of these apps and all that stuff. 5.1, then we had 5.0 engine, which is that you have a couple of these different checkbox content. This is very useful. So I'm going to go ahead
and just going over the installation.
Unreal Engine. So the first thing that you're going to do when you launch the engine is it's going to ask you to create a brand new project. So you're going to pop open with this Unreal Project browser, and let's just go ahead and talk about this real quickly. So first up, you have these different tabs here on the left. So we have the first tab, which is recent projects. So if you project names tab, so this shows going to be, this is a clean, empty project with nothing in it. You have this first person template. So if you're creating a first person shooter game, this comes with a pre-made character controller and all that stuff. We have these things like a top production, DMX, some product design, video, scripting system, first launch on project. You can go ahead and rename this. I'm just going to rename this to my first project.
Okay. So we have third person. Oh, my keyboard's out of position.
And then we can go ahead and click create. So that will go ahead and launch Unreal Engine or the Unreal Editor. Okay, so the first time you open up the engine, you might get this little message, new plugins. You can go ahead and click create.
Oh, he did, okay.
So that will go ahead and launch Unreal Engine or the Unreal Editor. Okay, so the first time you open up the engine, you might get this little message, new plugins are available. And you can see that it just faded away there. But basically, if you get any sort of little notifications down in the bottom right, chances are you can just click dismiss on them. You don't really have to worry too much about it. But now we are in the engine, and so I'm going to explain everything that you see here, all of the UI, the controls, and all that stuff. So first up, we have in the center of the screen this viewport. And so let's go ahead and talk about the viewport itself.
How's your game coming along?
Right click and hold down the right mouse button on your mouse. In the viewport, I can look around. Now to move around the viewport, you can use your WASD keys. So you have to right click and hold down the right mouse button, and then you can use your WASD keys to move around. So you can use your W key to move forward, your S key to move backward, then your A and D keys to move left and right. Okay. So this is how you navigate in the viewport. You have to hold on the right mouse button and then use those WASD keys to move around. So if you look down, you can move down. If you look up, you can move upward like that, just by using your mouse and your WASD. Now there's some other different controls that you can do with your mouse. So if you scroll with your mouse wheel, you can see you can scroll in and out. So say I look down here, I can scroll in and scroll all the way out just by using the scroll wheel. And those are really just the basic movement controls that you need to know. Now in the viewport itself, there are a lot of little buttons. These buttons up here in the top left, as well as these buttons up here on the top right. So right now we're just going to focus on this main viewport and talk about what all these little buttons do up here. So first of all, if you left click in the viewport, you're going to notice that you're actually selecting certain objects. Okay, so if you left click to use your left mouse button, if we move around here, you can see that I currently have this object selected, and we can tell that it's selected because when I select it, we can see this yellow outline around this object that you have selected, and we can also see this little gizmo tool. So say for example I want to select this cube. You can see that I have the cube selected because it's outlined by the yellow color. And you can also see that we have this movement gizmo tool here on the cube itself. Let's talk about the movement gizmo. So the movement gizmo allows you to move an object around and manipulate it inside of the viewport. So for example, we have this cube selected. You can see that this movement gizmo has these 3 different arrows.
Do you get this
if you look
screen
closely,
tearing
they have
thing happen
3
to
different
you when
colors.
you're moving
so
in
we have
here?
a blue arrow,
I think it's
a
'cause
red
there's no
arrow, and a
idiot.
green arrow. Now if you hover over any of these arrows, you can see it's highlighted in yellow which arrow you have hovered over. So for example, I'm going to hover over this green arrow, and if I click and drag, you can see that I can move this cube by grabbing that green arrow. Now I can do the same for the red arrow. So if I hover over this red arrow and click and drag it, you can see I can move this cube left and right. And then I can also grab this blue arrow and move this cube up and down. Okay, so those are the little movement gizmos. Now these movement gizmos correlate with the axes of Unreal Engine. So if you look really closely at the bottom left of your viewport, you're going to notice we have that same little gizmo, and we have the 3 different colors. We have the blue, the red, and the green. So you can see the blue arrow corresponds to the Z axes, the red arrow corresponds to the X, and then the green arrow corresponds to the Y axis. So if I hover over and grab the red arrow, I'm moving my cube on the X axis. If I grab the green arrow and move it back and forth, I'm moving on the Y axis. And if I grab my cube by the blue arrow, I can move it up and down or on the Z axis. Okay, so those colors correspond to the different axes in Unreal Engine. Now we've covered the move tool, so we can move objects around. So for example, this cube. Now we're going to move on to the next tool, which is the rotate. So you can switch to the rotate tool by either clicking on this little button. So if you look up here on the top right of our viewport, we have these different buttons. So first we have the select objects. If I click on that little mouse icon, I can select different objects. Now if I click on this 4 arrows icon, you can see we get that move gizmo that we were just on. So that allows us to move objects. And then if I click on the next icon here, you can see this allows us to actually rotate objects. So if you click on those little circular arrows, you can see that our gizmo now updates to this new half circle gizmo. So you can see we have the green color, the red color, and the blue color. And again, we can hover over one of these half circles. And if I click it and drag, you can see that I can now rotate our cube like so. Okay, so I can grab it on the red half circle, which is our x-axis, and I can rotate it on the x-axis. I can also grab it on this green half circle and rotate on the y-axis. I can also grab this blue section and rotate it on the z-axis. So you can rotate the cube like so by just grabbing these little handles and dragging it like so. Now, say you wanted to undo this. Say I messed this all up and I wanted to undo my settings. You can hit the keyboard shortcut Control Z.
Oops. Hey, Technical Hedgehog, how's it going? It's going good. How about you? Nice. Oh, man. How was your Thanksgiving yesterday? Hopefully it was good. Alright, cool. There we go. Now we have shading. Sick. Still got some screen tearing going on though. It's not that bad, but still. Well, no, it's not as bad. It's still there, though. How do you turn on VSync? Tools. Editor preference. Oh, here we go. There, that's better. Nice. Okay, cool. And then editor preferences. That might help. Okay, I think we're good now. Yeah, see the screen tearing's gone. Fuck yeah. Alright, cool. Ah, much better. Yeah, like before it was like it was screen tearing when I was moving around. I don't know if you guys saw that, but yeah, that's much better. Oh, it'd be cool if I had like a So is everything done with modeling now, it seems? Because, like, back in the... So what would be the point, I guess? My question is, why would you use a shape now versus just doing modeling? Because yesterday when we did the tutorial, we really didn't use shapes. We only used, like, one shape, or 3 shapes, and it was just a square. But the rest of everything that was built on right here was this modeling. So... why? Does that allow for more editing versus with a shape you don't have that capability? That might be it. I wonder if that is it. It's probably why. Alright. Let's get back to it.
And that will go ahead and undo your changes. So you can see I can hit Control Z quite a couple of times, and it will reset our rotation back to the default rotation. Now I can switch back to the movement tools by clicking on the little icon up at the top. So you can see I can switch back to the movement tool, and now I have my little arrows, so I can move the cube around. Then I can switch over to the rotate tool, and now I have my rotation tools, so I can rotate this cube. Now you can also switch through hotkeys, so I could do W. So W to transform, and E will give us our rotation tools. And if you want those hotkeys, if you hover over these buttons, it will show you the hotkey to change to that mode. So we've covered the movement mode, we've covered the rotation mode. Now let's talk about scaling. So if you click this last icon right here, you can see that we can scale objects that we have selected. So now we have this new little gizmo here, similar to our movement gizmo, but we have these little cubes. You can see we have a green cube, a red cube, and a blue cube. So again, I can hover over the green cube, click and drag, and now you can see I can scale our cube on the y-axis. I can also hover over this red cube and scale it on the x-axis. And then I could also grab this cube and scale it on the z-axis. Okay.
The z-axis.
So that is how you can use the scale tool. Now, one good thing to note is that you can actually scale this cube uniformly, which means if you hover over the center cube and click and drag, you can see that it scales the cube evenly or uniform all the way around. So I can scale this cube and make it super big, or I can scale it all the way back down. You can also do this for two different axes. So if I hover my mouse cursor in between this red and green box, you can see I have both of them now selected. Now if I click and drag, we can scale it both in the X and Y axis. Okay. This same thing applies to both the Z and X. So if I hover it in between those, I can scale it on both the Z and the X axis. Okay. So just a nice, helpful tool. So again, to undo, we can do Control Z. Now we'll go ahead and undo all of the settings that we did. Now we can switch back to our movement by pressing W. We can switch to our rotation by pressing E. And then we can switch to our scale by pressing R. So those are the different hotkeys. We have W to move, E to rotate, and R to scale. Now the next thing that we're going to cover is this little icon right here. We're going to cover all of these little buttons here on the viewport. So we're just going to go from left to right. So this next icon here is this little cube icon. So this switches between world space and global space. So currently I have the scale gizmo selected. So let's actually switch to the movement tool. So when I switch to the movement tool, you can see right now it is set to global or world space. And you can notice this by that little sphere or globe icon. And if I click on it, you can see that it switches to this cube icon or local space. Now what this means is, let's actually switch this back to global. I'm going to rotate my cube like this. So I'm going to press E and rotate it about 30 degrees. Now if I switch back to our W key, you can see I can't rotate or move this cube in this direction. I can't move it diagonally. I can only move it by this grid, which sometimes, let's say I want to move this cube diagonally. So if I switch and click on this little icon and switch it to local space, you're going to see that the gizmo now changes and is orientated to the cube's local space. So now I can grab this arrow and move it diagonally, and it makes it a lot easier to move this cube around in the viewport. So you can switch it from local space back to global space, and you can see that the global space is snapped to this grid. And so this is very useful for manipulating objects, because you're going to find
Hey,
that
I'm Alima. How's it
you're gonna
going?
have some trouble when you're moving
Sorry,
an
I just saw
object
the
around.
chat like
And
no
all
on
you
the
have to do
corner
is
of
switch
my eye.
it either to the world
How's it
space
going?
or the local space.
Sorry, I didn't see your chat there. Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How you doing? How you doing? How's your day going? Live space. The problem with the live space chat is it doesn't like reset every time a new stream starts. So I see messages from like my previous stream. So yeah, I didn't see you there. How's it going this morning though? Hopefully good.
Space, and that will update
I'm
your
just
little
watching
gizmo there. Okay, so
videos
that
on
is our
Unreal Engine.
local and world space. The next thing that we have here is control how objects snap to surfaces. Now, if I click on this, you can see we have this little options menu. So we can turn
Surface
on
snapping.
surface snapping. Now, this has to do when you drag in objects into your world, where say I were to drag this cube into our level, we want this to snap to the ground rather than having to drag and drop it and align it up with the ground itself. Now we're going to cover this little setting later on, but basically that is what it affects. Now directly to the
You
right
just
of
woke
that,
up?
we
Nice,
have
nice.
some other different settings
Same.
here.
I got up
So the
about
first thing that we have
5 something,
here
I think,
are
yeah.
the snap sizes. So if you haven't noticed already, if you look really closely at the
Around
cube,
there.
I can only move our cube by a certain amount. So for example, you can see that it kind of snaps to the grid. So no matter how hard I try, I can't get the cube to be placed precisely right here. Okay, it can only be either at this position or that position. Now that has to do with the grid snapping. So if I unclick this grid snapping, you can see that it is grayed out.
No, we definitely want
It's no
grid
longer blue.
snapping.
Now if I move the cube, I can move it precisely where I want it to be on this grid. So you can see I can move it and
I don't know
position
if you
it
heard that.
right where I want it to be.
God, I'm getting
It
old.
doesn't
Every movement
snap
has a snap to it
any
now.
sort of grid. Okay, so I can
Damn.
re-enable grid snapping by clicking on that little icon. Now it's blue, and now you can see that our cube snaps to this grid. We can also change the grid snap size. So if you click on this little 10 icon here, currently it's set to 10 units, so I can set it up to 50. And now if I drag my cube, you can see that it snaps at 50 units. So the grid snapping is more apparent. I could change this up to 100, and now you're going to see that the grid snapping
Charge
is
my
much
phone
further.
up for later on.
And this is very useful.
As soon as
for
we're done
when
with this, we're heading to the
you're
gym
trying
and
to design a level or an environment
gym
where
stream.
you need
That'll be
certain
fun.
objects lined up at precise locations. You could use the grid
I gotta
snapping.
buy some pre-workout
That will
though.
ensure that certain objects are spaced out equally. Okay, so I'm going to change my grid snap settings back down to 10. And again, if you want to disable grid snapping, which is also very useful if you need that precise placement, you can uncheck that little icon, and that will allow you to place your cube nice and smooth, and you can position it wherever
So
you
how's
want.
things been
without having to
going on
worry
live
about that
space?
grid snapping.
Good? I
Now,
think
the
things
next
have been
thing
going
that we
pretty good
have
over
is
here.
rotation snapping. So
I see they've been
just
doing
like
some
moving
big updates.
our cube around,
I gotta
if
use. I
press
gotta
E
utilize
to
the
rotate,
social
you can
stuff
see that
more
we can
though. I've
only
been
rotate
lacking
our
on that.
cube by 10 degrees.
Like I haven't posted in there in a while.
I can rotate it 40, 50 degrees, and you can see that grid snapping when I try and rotate the cube. So just like our other snapping, we can disable it. So if you click on the little icon there, it turns to gray. That means that it's now disabled. So now I can rotate this cube nice and smooth, and I can get that precise rotation on this cube. So again, very useful if you're trying to get
Perfect.
a really precise placement or rotation on the cube. You can disable rotation snapping, that way you can get that smooth rotation. You can turn it back on, and you can also change the snap settings. So if you click on that little icon, say I wanted to rotate this cube 90 degrees, I can rotate it a full 90 degrees and get that nice accurate rotation. Okay, so that is our rotation snapping. I'm going to go ahead and reset that back to normal. Then lastly, we have our scale snapping. So again, if I press R on our keyboard, that will pull up our scale tool. And I'm actually
This guy
going to
does a
reset
pretty
this.
good job
I'm gonna
too.
do Control
Like
Z,
he takes his time, which is
undo
really
all of the
nice.
changes here.
He actually goes
so
through
now
everything
if I were
pretty,
to scale
you know.
this, you can see that our cube snaps to this little grid. So you can see I can't precisely change it. So again, I can uncheck our scale snap button right there. It turns gray. So now it's disabled. So now you can see I can scale this cube really small or really big, and you can see I have a smooth scale on this cube. Okay, we can also enable the grid snapping, and if we want to, we can increase the snapping size. So if I want to snap it by 1, you can see that we have a much larger snapping size. Okay, so those are the different grid snapping options. Again, we have it for movement, we have our rotation snapping, and then we have our scale snapping. Now next up to the right of this, we have this little camera icon.
Camera speed.
Now this is very important because you may already have noticed when you move around the viewport, this is a pretty fast camera speed. So for example, if I'm trying to really zoom up on this cube, I can't get too close to it before I, move into the cube mesh. So if you want to change your camera speed, you can click on that little camera icon and you can decrease this. And now you can see I have a much slower camera speed. We have more control and more precise movement over our camera. Now you can go ahead and increase this all the way if you want a really fast camera speed. So this is really good if you have a massive open world map or environment and you need to move across the map very fast or very quickly. You can up your camera speed. Now you can also adjust your camera speed by scrolling on your mouse wheel. So if you hold your right mouse button and you scroll by moving forward, you can see we can actually speed up our camera speed. So if you scroll up, it will speed it up. If you scroll down, it will slow down your camera speed. So just by holding the right mouse button and scrolling on your keyboard, that will affect your camera speed.
Oh, that's pretty good. I didn't know that.
So a very important setting because it will help you when you're manipulating objects in the viewport so that you can turn down your camera speed and have that
Look at
precise
that. I didn't know
movement. Okay. So this last icon in our viewport.
Okay, that's
this
actually
little
pretty
cube
good to
with
know
a grid
about.
inside of
I did
it.
not know that.
Now if you click on it, what this does is it will give us a quad view of our viewport. So you can see our viewport is down here. And then we also have these other 3 additional viewports. So this one up here, if I scroll in and out, if you use the mouse wheel on your mouse, you can scroll out. And now you can actually see your level. And this is a back view of our level. So this is giving us a wireframe, sort of like an X-ray of all of the different objects in our level. So this is our cube that we have currently selected in this sort of X-ray
cool. Look at that,
wireframe
guys.
view. Then over here we have this right view. So we have a right view of our level. And then down here we have this top-down view. Okay. Now if you want to move around, you can also pan by holding right mouse button. So if you right-click in here, that will allow you to pan around. And then again, you scroll in and out to zoom in and out. So this is very helpful if you want to get precise placement of your objects in laying out your level. Whether that be for game design or for environment, you can get sort of this precise top-down grid view of your scene or your level. Now we can switch back to our main viewport by clicking on that little icon again. So right here, that will go ahead and maximize our viewports back to the way it was. Now those are all of the different viewport buttons over here on the right. Now let's go ahead and move over here on the left and cover the rest of the viewport buttons. So over here we have this 3 lines icon. So if you click on this, this will give us a little drop down of options. So it gives us a couple of different viewport options. Now we have things like real time. So if you want to toggle real-time rendering on or off, you can disable real-time rendering on and off. I'm going to leave this on as usual, but say you have a lower end computer, you can go ahead and disable that.
Toggles game view.
We also have things like show FPS. So if you want to show your frame rate, you can click on that little checkbox right there. And now you can see we're getting about 120 FPS in our scene. And it's just a nice little frame rate tool. We can go ahead and disable that by unchecking that. We have a couple of other things that we can change. Other settings in the viewports, things like our field of view. You can change the field of view of the camera. I'm going to change this back to 90, which is the default FOV.
So how do you do the game view?
Other options down here, and I'll highlight just a few more things in here. We have things like the game view. So if you click on this, you can see that it hides that little gizmo. So the game view, you can also press G on the keyboard. So if you press the G key, that will hide these little gizmos in the viewport. So I press G.
Okay, I see what it is. Okay, that's
view.
actually a good.
And now it gives us sort of this view as if we were playing the game. If I press G, you can see that we now have these little editor icons where we can see the little gizmo on our screen. So game view is sort of helpful if you want to take like a screenshot or something. You can hide that little gizmo by pressing G. And it will hide all these little editor gizmos. Now another thing in this drop down menu is you can also take a high resolution screenshot. So if you click on that, it will pull up a little menu where you can take a little screenshot. You can increase the size multiplier and that will increase the resolution. And it will capture it to a location on your hard drive, okay? So if you want to take a screenshot, you can do it through there. Now there's a lot more other settings in here, but those are just some of the basics. So next up, we're going to move on
Oh,
to
shit.
this next icon over here. So right now you can see we are
Okay,
in the
I don't think it liked me
perspective
taking that
mode.
type of screenshot,
So
guys.
this is the perspective mode.
My bad.
Now I can switch this drop down and change it to orthographic.
That must have been a big
So
old
click-
screenshot.
Select this top down view. And now you can see that we're in that
Whoops.
top down view that we saw earlier.
Oh my god.
So if I scroll in and out, I can use my mouse
Not
wheel
bad.
to scroll or zoom in and out. Again, I can use my right mouse
It was
button
like,
to
what
pan
you trying
around.
to do, man?
Either that's up, down, left, or right. And you can see we have this top-down view of our level. You can see the cube that we have selected right there. And again, just a very useful view for when you're laying out objects in your level and you need that precise placement when you're laying it out. Okay. We also have other different views like the bottom view. So we can get a bottom view of our level. We can switch this to left.
Okay, cool.
We have right. We have front. And then finally we have back. Okay. So I'm going to reset this back to our perspective. So I'm going to select perspective. And those are pretty much all the different settings in there. Next up, we have lit. So we can change the different view modes in our viewport. So currently we have the default lit mode, which basically has all these different shadows. You can see the lighting and all that inside of our viewport. We can click on this little icon and change it to unlit. And now you can see that we have this unlit scene where we don't have any lighting. There aren't any shadows. And this is actually very useful for people who are running the engine on a lower end machine. If you change this to the unlit mode, you should notice an instant boost in your frame rate. And so this is a very nice little tip if you're running the Unreal Engine on a lower end machine. Now we can also switch to the wireframe mode, which will give us that X-ray view that we were talking about earlier. So if you really want to see through all the different objects in your scene, you can turn on the
shit, that's the
wireframe and it'll show
wireframe.
you all the different little polygons
Nice.
that make up all the 3D objects in your scene. Okay. Next up below that, we have some other different options. I'm not going to go through every single option here because there's quite a bit of different
That's pretty
options.
cool.
You have things like, lighting only, reflections. There's just so many different view modes that you can go into. I'm just going to reset it back to the default mode, the lit mode, but a lot of these things will come in handy later on when you're doing more advanced things in the engine. Next up, we have this show. So this allows us to hide and toggle certain objects in our viewport. So for example, I could show or hide our atmosphere, and that will go ahead and hide those clouds and all that
I didn't know
stuff.
they had that. That's going to be
Reshow
really
it
good.
by hitting the little checkbox. I can show or hide the grid. So this little grid, let me go ahead and show it real quickly. So if you move out of this
Okay,
level,
good. I'm actually learning some stuff I
if
didn't know
zoom
before.
up
This is
real
actually
closely
really
down
good.
Here you can see that we have this little grid right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So sometimes it may be annoying that you can see this grid. So if you want to disable this grid, you can actually click on the show icon and hide the grid like so. Okay. So just a neat little tip there. You can also show things like the landscape, particles, and all other different types of objects.
Oh, I assume this is the
So
grid
again, I'm
right
not gonna
here,
go
right?
too in depth about all these different things, but there's quite a bit of
Yep.
different options that you have here. And again, a lot of these things will come in handy later on. Okay. So those are all the different viewport buttons. So just to recap, we went over the basic viewport controls, moving around in the viewports, manipulating objects by moving, rotating, and scaling objects. We went over things like the snapping sizes, the camera speed, the different view modes, and show options. So that is the viewport. We're going to go ahead and move on and start talking about the rest of the user interface. So things like this top ribbon up here, then other things like the outliner and the details panel. So first, let's go ahead and talk about this top ribbon up here. So first things first, we have these different tabs. So we have this file menu. So if you click on this, it will drop open a little menu. First things first, we have open. So you can open a level. So currently we're in this third person map. So you can see the name of the level that we have open right here, third person map. We're going to go over how to create a new level, but basically if you want to create a new level, you can do it by clicking on that, or you can open another level. We have other things like open assets, and then we have things like save. So this is very important because say I moved a couple of different objects in my level, we want to go ahead and do a file save all. Now we'll go ahead and save any changes that I have made to our level or to our project by doing that file save all. You can also click on this little save icon right here, and that will go ahead and save all the changes that you've made. So we have our save. Below that, we have imports. So you can import certain objects. I'm going to cover that later on in the video, so you don't have to worry about that just yet. Then lastly, down here, we have projects. So we can create a new project. If we want to create a new Unreal Engine project, you can open a recent project by hovering over the recent projects, or we can exit our project by clicking this little exit button. Now, next up, we have the edit menu. So if you hover over this edit button, we have this little drop down menu. We have things like undo and redo. So if we want to undo something, we can hit Control Z, or we can click on undo. That will undo that little movement that I did with the cube there. Or I can do edit redo to redo that movement. Okay. Then we have edit,
it's
cut, copy, paste.
What is that? What is it called when you're you know when you move around, it shows that damn it, I'm drawing a blank on the name of it. You know, you move around, it shows that movement. It's called why am I drawing a blank on the name? It's called oh no, I'm blanking. Damn it. Why am I drawing a blank on it? Hold on. I don't know, I'm drawing a blank on this name, guys. Motion blur. Oh my god. Wow. Woo. Can't believe I couldn't think of that. That's crazy. Type a new binding. I can't believe I couldn't remember that. That's crazy. I'm sitting here like, there's a name for this, you know, it's called, you know. That's crazy. Can't believe I forgot what that was called. All right, let me.
paste, duplicate.
No,
and
but I
delete.
gotta say, like, this
These
is
are
really
very
good. Like, I
important.
know,
In
like,
fact,
this
let's
is
go ahead and
going
cover
over
these right now.
everything,
So
but
you
this
can
is really
cut
good. It's
certain
good to know.
objects
Like, I
in the
learned
viewport.
a few things I didn't
If I
even know.
select this cube and do Control X, that will go ahead and cut it. If I do Control V, that will go ahead and paste it. I can also do copy. So if I do Control C and then Control V,
I like that. I
will go
figure out how to
ahead
turn
and paste
shaders
that
on,
object
too.
twice. So now I have two of these different objects. I can also duplicate an object by hitting the keyboard shortcut, which is Control D. So if I hit Control D, you can see that it duplicates that cube again. Okay. Now I can go ahead and delete objects by selecting it and clicking delete. And that will go ahead and delete that object from our scene. Another neat thing for duplicating objects is if you actually select this cube, you can hold down the Alt key on your keyboard, and if you drag one of these arrows, you can duplicate a cube like so. So you just hold down Alt and drag an arrow, and that will go ahead and duplicate the object. Okay. So I find that very useful for duplicating objects. But again, there's many different ways. You can either do Control D to duplicate, or you can copy and paste it by doing Control C and Control V to copy and paste. Okay. So those are the different edit controls. Now below it, we have configuration. So these are very important because chances are you will be messing around with these different settings. So first things first, we have things like the editor preferences. So if you click on this, this will pull up things like the Unreal Editor settings.
Right.
So when you change things like the theme, you can customize it here. You can change things like the viewport controls and all that stuff. And of course, if you mess things up in here, you can always reset it as the default layout. Okay. So that is the editor preferences. Below it, we have project settings. So if you click on that, this will pull up the project settings for our particular project. So currently you can see things like the project thumbnail. So if you want to change this thumbnail to a custom image, you can click this little drop down and select a custom image on your computer. You can change things like the project name, the version, and all that stuff. And there's a lot of other different settings inside of here that you can mess around with. And again, you probably will visit this later on. So just note that this does exist under the edit settings. Then lastly, under here we have plugins. So if you click on this little plugins icon, it will bring up the plugins. Now, as you can see, there's a lot of different plugins for the engine, and you can take some time to browse through all of these and look through all of them. The Unreal Engine comes with a lot of built-in plugins, some which are completely disabled. So for example, if you find a cool little plugin, maybe something like this camera shake previewer, you can click on that little plus icon and that will go ahead and enable this plugin. So chances are later on you'll be messing with plugins and you'll be coming in here to enable a certain plugin, and that will add more features or functionality to the engine. Now there's also third-party plugins that you can buy from the Unreal Engine Marketplace that will add more functionality or integrations with other different programs or with other different services. So just note, to add plugins, you would come into the plugins tab. So that is all of the different buttons under the edit tab. Next up, we have the window tab. If you hover over this, you can see that we have all the different windows. So we have things like cinematics, content browser details. We'll cover these here in a second. But basically, say for example, I accidentally close one of our windows or I mess things up. So for example, this details panel, which I'll cover here in a minute. Say for example, I accidentally closed this little X icon and I accidentally messed it up. Or even this outliner right here, okay? So I accidentally exit out of those windows. To get that back, I can go to Window, and I can open up that specific window. So I can go to Window, Outliner, and click on Outliner 1, and that will put that back right there. I could also go to my window and go back to Details, and click on Details 1, and that will go ahead and put that window back right there. Also, I can reset the default layout. So if you go all the way down here, we have a load layout, we have the default editor layout. So that will reset it just in case I accidentally close a bunch of windows by accident, okay? Now there's a couple of other different windows in here, and again, you'll learn what all these different things do as you progress in using the engine, but for now we're going to go ahead and just gloss over some of these. So next up we have tools. So under the tools you'll find different tools for the engine. Again, these have to do with more different advanced things that you can do with the Unreal Engine. Now if you are using programming in C++, you can add a new C++ class through this little menu. But again, we're just going to gloss over these different things because they're not really necessary for the beginner to know. Next up, we have the build. So the build tab shows us different build options, things like building the lighting, reflections, and all that stuff. Currently, Unreal Engine uses dynamic lighting, so you don't have to build any lights because it's all dynamic. So for example, if I move this cube, you can see that the shadow reacts dynamically. So I can rotate this cube. We don't have to bake any lights because it's all done in real time. Now, if you were to switch to static lighting, say for example, you're making things like maybe a mobile game, or you want extra performance by switching to static lighting, under the build options, that's where you can build things like the lighting and also things like reflections. And again, we're going to gloss over a lot of these other different options here and just move on to the next tab. So next up we have select. So I rarely use this little tab, but basically this gives us the selection tools. So if you want to select all the objects in your scene, you can do select all or Control A. Now we'll go ahead and select everything in your scene. So again, you could do Control A and that will do the same thing. You can unselect all by doing Escape, and that will deselect everything. You also have Focus Selected, or the F key. Now this is actually a really useful tool. So for example, say I select this cube and I'm all the way over here. If I click the F key, that will go ahead and focus my camera in on that cube. So this is very useful because I need to get over really quickly to this object. Instead of moving my camera to it, I can just select it.
Hey Terry guy, how's it going? Welcome in.
We'll
oh dude, did you see that post I put on Discord? Dude, literally when you left that night, right after I would say maybe 10-15 minutes after you left, I hit big on Sweet Bonanza. And I hit again and again. And then I hit big on it. Dude, it was crazy, dude. It was a wild night, man. It was a wild night. Dude, I had a good time. What was it? I got like 37 something in SC. And then I should have kept playing on it, but I stupidly switched to another game. And yeah, I kind of lost it. But I still left with like $2 in profit. So, you know, it's all good. Yeah, no, so, and after you left, get this. So someone comes in, right? And they go, oh, I'm going to gift you $125 worth of subs. Go over to this one game and buy the bonus for $125. And if we win, we'll split the earnings or whatever. And something about that didn't feel right. And I was like, there's no way in hell I'm buying a bonus for $125. That would be insane. One, because that would wipe me out. And two, that would just be, that would be reckless. So luckily the little red flag in my brain popped up. And then someone's like, yeah, dude, that's totally a scammer. And I was like, yeah, that sounds legit. Plus, anybody that can gift that can easily pull back. So even if he did gift the $125 worth, which they could easily pull that back anyways. So I was just like, there was a lot of red flags. But no, it was a fun night, dude. I had a good time. I probably should have just stopped that because we were up at like 222 and I was like, okay. And then I stupidly should have just been like, just spend $10 more or SC. And then if you lose it, walk away. But yeah, we still left on a profit. And we got 3 hours and 15 minutes of gameplay. So I think that was a win in my book. And I had fun. I had a good time, man. I'm definitely going to... one thing I did learn, though, I think spinning with the chance on is smarter. You know what I mean? Because I noticed when I spun without the chance, it was just like... you were losing a lot of money. You know what I mean? Or SC. But then when I turned it on, the hits were a little bit bigger when they did hit. And there was a better chance of getting that bonus. Because we always kept landing on the 3 canes. And then I was just hitting bonus after, you know what I mean? I just kept hitting the bonuses. There was a few bonuses that were like dead spins, unfortunately, but there were a few, like I said, that hit really good. So all in all, it was good. It was good. It was a fun night. So how's your day,
and on
man?
that object. It also works.
Oh, did you
for
ever get to
things
hear
like
hold a
larger
matrix?
objects. So if I select this floor, I can press F, and it will focus my camera out so that it's completely in our view. Okay. So again, we have other different selection options. We have things like we can select all the lights in our scene and a couple of different things. Again, I don't really use this menu that often. So let's go ahead and move on to the next one. We have this actor
What is it? I'm waiting my salary, then I get 5,000. Oh, you're just waiting to hear back from
tab.
him?
So this gives us a couple of different options related to the thing that we have selected. So if I select this cube,
So you said you're
if I click on
starting
the
a
actor, you can
business
see that we have browse to
or
assets,
like a web app or
edit
something?
the cube, and a couple of different options, things like edit, visibility, snapping, and all that stuff. If you also right-click the cube, so if I select this and right-click it,
Oh, you
you'll
bought
see that
some
we also
land and a
have the
house? Good
same
stuff. Good
window right here. So this actor window.
Oh, okay.
also
Oh,
pops
I
up
see what
if
you're
you
saying.
right-click this
Gotcha,
cube.
gotcha.
And
Yeah.
we'll cover this later on, but just note that you can get that same window by right-clicking.
I mean, that's a
also.
pretty big
Okay.
buy, dude.
Now, lastly, we have this help tab. So if you click this drop down,
I buy a
this
salad
gives
at
us
the
a couple
grocery
of
store, and to
different
me, that's
resources that we can
that's a
use
pretty
to
big
help us learn the
purchase.
engine.
I'm like,
So
oh,
this gives us
Jesus.
things like the
It's crazy how much
documentation,
food
have
is
the
right
viewport
now. I don't know about
controls,
like where
shows
you
the
live, but
controls.
over
we have
here.
quick links, so this will take us to the documentation pages. And down below we have community links, so we can open up the
225?
forums, the learning library.
Nice. So you were able to just buy that outright, so you didn't have to like do a mortgage or anything like that? Damn, dude. Yeah, if you were able to do that without a mortgage, that is a smart purchase right there. Especially land. Houses, nice, good. See, that's smart. So houses are good. I don't know if you agree with this or not. Maybe you do. Or give me your thoughts on this. I'm not a professional in real estate or anything like that. Land is the most valuable thing you can own right now. I don't even gold. I think land is more important than gold. I really do. If I had one choice of an asset to own, it would be land. Land right now, especially right now, is so important. There's these people that just sell their land for like dirt cheap, and I'm like, what are you doing? Because right now you have the banks buying up property like crazy. Like they are buying up land because the banks want to own a lot of these apartment places. Because right now, the average, especially my generation, a lot of us will never own homes. We will forever be renters. You know what I mean? We just will. The interest rates are really high right now for mortgages. No one's income's really high enough to. I mean, the average mortgage right now is what, $1,800, which is fucking nuts. So yeah, I think owning land right now is like it's a great investment. It really is. So I bet your land, you buy it for 1.2 mil, and probably fucking 5 years from now, it's worth like 1.8, 2 mil. You know what I mean? Because it's so important to own land, especially if it's good land. Now, yeah, can you own some land that's got like some weird swamp shit going on? Sure. Maybe it's not the best investment, but like if you own land in a really good area or area with a lot of potential, like, for instance, up in Maine, there's land there, and I've always thought how cool it would be to kind of like clear it out and build houses right there, but not to sell, but to rent out. You hire a property management company to come in and do all the management. You know what I mean? I have the land, the houses are built right there. They just handle all the stuff. Okay, I think we're good. Sorry about that. But yeah, I think that would be always cool to do. Is like build houses and something like that and then rent them out. Put them on like a 0.5 acre of lot or something like that. Just build some like decently sized houses. Nothing too crazy. Something that's fairly cheap. Put them on some lots. Put a nice little roadway in there, and then you can rent out the houses, But hire a property management company to come in and handle all the rent, the maintenance, everything. You know what I mean? They handle all that. They just pay me to have you know what I mean? That would be ideal.
Q&A, and all that stuff. We also have options for support.
You're
and
building a
importing
data
bugs from the
center? Oh,
engine.
hell yeah.
They're just really nice.
Well, if you need any
quick
employees,
links
let me know.
to get help. So those are the different buttons.
I'll come work for
up
you.
at the top, or the different little tabs. Let's go ahead.
I don't know
and
what
move
I'm doing
down.
at a data center, but
Again,
I'll
down
come
here
work for you.
below it,
I'll be
we
your
have the
assistant.
third-person map. So this will show us the name of the map that we currently
That'd be
have
pretty
open.
badass working.
See, it's
Send your
third-person map.
CV.
Directly below it,
Honestly,
we
I don't have
this
any
little
skills
bar.
to work at a data center.
have
It would be
all the
cool. Don't get me
icons on
wrong.
this
I had this
bar.
opportunity
Let's go ahead and talk
to
about all of these.
to move
So
to
first, we're gonna start
Texas
from the left
and work at a
right.
data center in
First
Houston.
thing that we have
I didn't
is
do
the
it because I just don't have the skill set for that kind of thing.
Again,
I don't know anything about
move
that
an
stuff.
object around.
I'd be useless. Let's just be
save.
honest. You don't want me near your
Save
data
all
center.
changes.
I mean, I could do like
So what
computer
we have
repair.
is
That's
this little
easy.
browse
But
icon.
like,
So if you click on this little icon, it will
yeah, I don't know
browse
anything
to
about like
this
networking and
third-person
stuff like
map.
that. Not that I couldn't learn,
Browse
but
to it, it will show us
it's located
our
in
third-person map
Batumi, Georgia.
in this content browser.
Oh,
We'll
that's
cover
right.
this
You said you were
content
gonna come
browser in
do something in the
seconds.
U.S., right?
Basically, that is what that little folder icon does right there.
Dude, that'd be
Now,
pretty
to the right
cool
of
though,
it, we
man.
have the selection
You know,
mode.
honestly, it would be kind of
Currently, we
cool
are
to
in
like
the
just
selection mode.
move and
Select
travel
objects with the mouse,
internationally and have an
on them.
experience,
Click
you
this
know?
drop down, it will have these different modes that you can also pick from. So
Be
I can
kinda
change
cool.
from the selection mode to the landscape.
What, the
mode.
U.S.?
And
Probably a lot of
as you can
taxes,
see, it
right?
changes things in our viewports. We now have this green grid, and we also have this landscape
looks pretty.
window right here. So this will allow us to change through the different modes in the engine
Wow.
by just selecting.
That is a
different
nice
mode.
looking city, dude.
Now, let's go ahead and actually talk about the different modes. So we have the landscape mode, which is
Looks really nice.
for creating landscapes. So this is what you'd use to create things like mountains or hills.
Yeah.
And you can do
I
things
want to
like
live right on the
sculpting
beach right
landscapes,
here.
all sorts of stuff. Next up, we have the foliage mode.
That's pretty cool.
So what this
Oh,
allows
look
you
how
to do
pretty
is
that
it
is.
allows you to paint things like rocks, trees, bushes, grass,
Ah,
all of that stuff
This
onto
this
your
does look really
landscape
nice.
or into your environment. It's a very useful tool because you can use sort of a paintbrush.
Pretty city,
to
man.
Paint all of those objects.
Oh,
into
that is
people
so- that
rather
is
than having
cool.
to
I like
hand
that.
place each individual one.
Look at Orby
Now,
City.
Below that, we have the mesh paint mode. What the mesh paint mode allows you to do is it allows you to paint
Damn.
directly onto a mesh in your
Oh,
and then this is very useful for artists.
oh, look at that. That looks so pretty. So I need to move. I need to travel. God, it's so pretty. I'd be okay with this. Oh man, this looks nice. Just look at that. I wonder how much it costs to have a nice apartment there. Wow, that's just gorgeous. I bet it costs a lot to live there. It has to. Especially if you like stay in the nice area right near the beach. Yeah, it's really nice. Yep. Oh wow, look at all the... This seems to be more of a hotel. Yeah, these are hotels. That's not bad. Wow. Damn. That's pretty... Damn, look how cheap that is to like stay in a hotel. Oh, that's crazy. Nice. I don't know. Where the hell is Georgia? I don't know much about it. It's located near... Oh, it's so it's north of the Middle East area. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's near Romania. Nice. Dude, Romania is... I want to visit Romania at some point. You live in Istanbul? I've heard of that. Is that like north, south, or... Dude, I bet all this is nice. Dude, this looks really nice. I bet there's so much to do there. You know? Look at all the cool little roads. Oh, yeah, nice little mall. Yeah. Ooh, coffee shop. No? Not gonna take me to the coffee shop, Google? Okay, I guess not. Nice. Oh, city in Turkey? Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, dude, this looks really nice. Is like this a known hub for data centers? Do I smoke marijuana? No. Definitely not. Definitely not. In the state that I live in, normal so it's really weird, the whole marijuana thing here in our state. So in our state, normal marijuana is not legal. Medical marijuana is legal. Delta 8 is legal. Delta 9 is legal. It's weird. It's a whole weird thing, man. It's a whole weird thing. I don't understand it. It's strange. So, data center okay, cool, nice. Yeah, dude, I don't know where Matrix is located. I'm drawing a blank. Oh, he's in LA. But I don't know. I don't know if, but yeah, definitely hook up with him. I'm sure he knows a ton of stuff. But dude, that's so cool that you're gonna do a data center. Good shit, man. Actually, I'll be right back. Give me just a minute. All right, I'm back. About a Dell R740. Dude, I don't remember. It's been years since I've dove into the world of Dell. R740. Oh, okay, it's a server board. Nice. Do you feel like Dell's a good server versus like the other companies? I mean, Dell's been around for a long time. They're a solid brand. Probably get really good deals with them too. Oh, all your servers are Dell? Nice. Now, do you already own a data center, or is this gonna be your first one? Or just kind of curious, because I've always wondered how like people actually get in the whole business of doing data centers. Like, is it just like, I want to own a data center? Okay, how do you even get started with that kind of concept? I own an MVNO. Yeah, see, I don't know much about this stuff. Oh, okay, so you already own one. Okay, nice. Is that the name of the... Oh, you own a mobile virtual network operator? Oh! You own a... Oh, okay. I know what that is. That's like Mint Mobile, right? You know what I mean? So like T-Mobile. So in the US, we have like T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T. Those are like the 3 top actual people that own all their towers. And then we have stuff like under that. We have like Mint Mobile. What's another one? US Cellular is another one. They're more of a regional carrier. So they have like a few of their own towers, but they like run under Verizon's data. Cricket Wireless is another one. They run under AT&T. Metro PCS, they run over T-Mobile. But like they're able to like do whatchamacallit, cell phone data plans at like dirt cheap. You know what I mean? So like you can literally go to Mint Mobile right now and get unlimited data for like $15 a month. You know what I mean? But the caveat to all that, and I'm sure you know, you being an owner of an MVNO, is your customers get throttled at certain points. So like for instance, when I was on Mint Mobile, say I went to an area with a lot of T-Mobile customers, they're gonna get that data priority before I will get it. Obviously, depending on where you live and all that stuff, it might not affect you that much, but yeah, 100 megabit for 4G, 2.5 gigabit for 5G. Damn, that's pretty good. Nice. That's pretty cool, man. So, okay, so you got into that, and then you're like, okay, my next step is data center, like for hosting and stuff like that. Dude, that's pretty cool. Dude, there's so many possibilities you could do, especially owning like a data center, because you could do, not only could you do like web hosting and and stuff like that, but you could like hook up with companies and do like VPNs and stuff. Like you could be a server for like, I don't know, Proton VPN or something. You could do, you could even set your servers up and work with like NVIDIA, how they have that GeForce Now. So you could do their, so you could put GPU hosting. That's really big right now is virtual gaming. Have you seen the virtual gaming stuff? Let's see, remote gaming. Yeah, it's like virtual gaming. What's a company that I used to... Remote gaming, hosting. Many of these companies probably died out. Like, Parsec's a pretty decent... No, that's more of software. There used to be all these companies. I think they've gone out. Oh, no. Here we go. Hold on. So, okay, here's one right here. Shadow Tech. So, with this right here, you basically pay a subscription. And then you can use... basically, this is the hardware you get, and then you can play video games via the cloud. I've used like Shadow's a good example. There's another one. Yeah, see what I mean? So like with these, you pay like a monthly fee, and then you connect to their software, and it allows you in real time to stream games, even if you don't have a good computer. You know what I mean? Like I could go on my MacBook Pro and literally stream. You know what I mean? Maybe in the future, it's GPU-enabled virtual PC. Yes, there we go. Yep. I use a company called Parsec, or not Parsec. Oh, what's their name? They're not Parsec. They're called, hold on. Parsec. Who do they use? There's Parsec. Paper. What are they called? Parsec. Paperspace? Is that Paperspace? There we go. Is Paperspace still around? They should be, right? Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. Yeah, so here's a company I used to use years ago. They allow you to do GPU cloud. This right here allows you to do gaming in the cloud, which is really awesome, and it works really well too. I've done this. I used to do this way back in the day, and they have the NVIDIA server, or what do they call them? CUDA GPUs. You know what I'm talking about, right? Of course you probably do. And yeah, you would come in here and you would just like, but they're really expensive. Like really expensive. Yeah, dedicated GPUs right here. So these are the ones you can create. So like if you need like a decent little gaming computer, you can come in here and grab up like, I don't know, what's a good one? Probably like this one right here, the PS5000. You can create a server using that, and then you just put the Parsec software on there, and you can literally game remotely in real time. It is really good. But this shit gets expensive. Because you have to pay for the hard drive space, no matter what. And then on top of that, you got to pay for every time that machine's running. So it's just like, it can get really expensive. But it was cool when I didn't have a really good gaming computer back in the day. My computer was good enough to stream, but it really couldn't, it couldn't do both streaming and gaming. And I really didn't have the money for a dual PC setup. So I went with this, and it actually worked out really good. It was really cool. So... we don't want to give game servers or... Oh, okay, gotcha. Our data center will only give you internet and space. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. But, dude, that's going to be awesome. I'm excited for you. I hope it works out really well. That's always cool going into a new venture, you know? Which is really awesome. Hold on, sorry. All right, perfect. All right, where was I? All right, let me mute that.
To customize the look of certain objects in the level. Below that, we have the modeling mode, which is a brand new mode added to the engine where you can actually 3D model objects inside of the Unreal Engine editor, just as you would in...
How do I work for a company. I just work as a support rep, and I work at a gym as a not a personal trainer, group fitness trainer. So yeah, I just work a normal job. That's it.
And other 3D applications like Blender.
I used to work
Maya
like 2 jobs all at the same
Next up,
time. It was way too much. So I was getting burnt
mode.
out.
What the fracture mode allows you to do is to create destructible meshes.
Oh, that's cool.
So, for example, if I wanted to make this cube explode into a billion pieces,
yeah, thank God. I don't think I will ever go back to hourly again.
Fracture this cube to create
I don't want to ever go back to hourly.
Below
I don't
that,
like it.
We have the brush editing.
I'd rather
This
just do
allows
salary.
to
You know what I mean?
create Very basic.
It just makes life so much easier. You don't have to clock in, clock out, all that bullshit.
That often, but it could be
It's just
useful
like,
when
this is what you're gonna get paid a year. It's
level.
guaranteed
Lastly,
every
we
week
have
or every
animation.
2 weeks or whatever,
So
or
again,
twice a
another
month
feature
or
that
however.
Unreal Engine has is the ability to animate inside the engine itself, so you can actually create custom animations for characters or for different
I like that better.
And you can use this to create things like cinematics inside of the engine. But those are the different modes. We're going to go back into the selection mode, and again, that will allow us to select different objects in our level. So to the right of the different modes, we have this cube plus icon, and this will allow us to add content into our project. So first things first, we have import content. So that will allow us to import 3D objects from our computer into our project, which I will cover later on in the video. We have things like Quixel Bridge, which is a neat library of high quality 3D assets. Again, we'll cover that later on. Below that, we have the Unreal Engine Marketplace, which is what we saw on the Epic Games launcher. I will cover how to add assets from there. Then below that, we have the content browser. Again, we'll cover that here in a second. But below that, we have some basic actors that we can add.
Might use some slots either tonight or tomorrow.
Things like
I don't know yet.
lights,
We'll see.
Cinematic things like cameras.
We'll see.
Basic shapes like cubes. So if I were to take a cube You can see we can get to this basic.
Yeah, see, I don't
plain
understand the
white
difference
cube.
between putting a cube down and
You can
using a
also add other
mesh.
different shapes like a sphere. Like
I guess
so.
with a mesh you can actually like model.
And so you can add different objects from that Cube Plus icon. You can also add things like visual effects and volumes. So again, these will be very useful later on as you learn the engine itself. And then of course you have the all classes. So this is basically all of the different things that you can drag into the level. Now a neat thing about this is you can actually type in here. So I can type in cube and then it will go ahead and give us a cube from the all classes, and I can drag and drop that like so. Okay, so just a nice little neat feature that you can type in, search in whatever you need. Okay, so that is the Cube Plus icon. To the right of that, we have these little
Blueprint.
nodes. So basically, this is the blueprint button. So you can do things like create a new blueprint class. You can also open things like the level blueprint. And again, blueprints are the visual scripting system of Unreal Engine. You can think of it sort of as programming, but without having to type in any code. We're going to cover blueprints at the end of this video very briefly, but they are very useful because you can create complete games with blueprints. And even if you're not making games inside of Unreal Engine, you can create custom tools with blueprints that allow you to speed up your workflow and much more. Now to the right of that, we have this little cinematic button. Basically, this will allow us to create things like cinematics or movies or short films. Then to the right of that, we have these different play options. So we have this green play icon. So if I hit this little play button, what you can see is we are now playing this third-person game. So we created that third-person game template. So if I click in here, you can see if I can move my camera around by just moving my mouse around. I can use my WASD keys to move around our level. I could also do things like jump, so our character can actually jump. And this is actually how you play your game if we're going to be making a game inside of Unreal Engine. And if you want to escape out of this, you press the escape key, and that will go ahead and pull you out of the play mode, okay? So basically the play mode is sort of for testing your game and actually playing the game. And of course you have other things like pausing, stopping, or even ejecting. And then to the right of that, we have these three different options. So these are some more options for play testing your game. So you can do things like play in a new editor window. And that will go ahead and play in this separate window right here. Or we can change it back to the selected viewport like this. So again, some more different options. You can also change things like play two different players and all that stuff. Okay, so this more or less has to do with
if you're take it easy, Harry. Have a good rest of your day.
Engine, and you want to go ahead and
I'll talk to you later.
it. Now to the right of that, we have platforms. So if you click on this little drop down, this will show you all the platforms that you can package your game or your project for. So we have things like Android, iOS, Linux, tvOS, Windows, and all that stuff. So again, if you're going to package your project either as a standalone demo or a game or maybe some sort of application that you want to send to a client, you would go in here and you'd select the platform that you want to package for, and you'd go ahead and package the project, and that will go ahead and convert this project into an executable file that you can give to your friend, and they can run your game or your demo as an executable file. Okay, so those are all of the different settings up here on the top left. So go ahead and move over here onto the right. So up here at the top right, we have the name of our project. So you have my first project. If you hover over this, you can see things like the version of the engine that you're using. Now this is very useful because it'll show you the Unreal Engine version of the project that you're on, things like the branch, the build date, and all that stuff. Then we have things like the minimize, maximize, and close options. So if you want to minimize or maximize the Unreal Editor. Then down below that we have settings. So if you click on the settings, we have a couple of different things. Things like we saw before are our project settings and our plugins. So a little quick access to that. Now we have a couple of different options down here, but the main thing that I want to highlight in this window is the engine scalability settings. So this is very important because say you're running the Unreal Editor on a low-end computer. If you don't have the best computer, you can go to these engine scalability settings and you can set this all to low, okay? So that will set the lighting to low, that will set the graphics and all that to the lowest settings, and that should give you a performance boost. And even then, if you're still not getting the best of frame rate, you can go in and change this to unlit, and that should, boost your performance as much as possible, just so you can at least use the engine if you're using it on a very low-end computer. Okay, I can reset all my settings by going back to the engine scalability settings. I can set this all to epic.
Monitor,
you can also go all the way to cinematic, or you can go in and actually customize the settings by selecting the different options. Okay, so that is the engine scalability options. There's some other different things that you can customize in here, but I'm going to go ahead and just leave that as is. Below that, let's go ahead and talk about this outliner window. So this is
you mean says cinematic?
So this lists all the actors in the level by name, organized in this tree view. So basically you can see we have our third person map, and we have all of the different objects inside of our level. Okay.
So a cinematic more for if you're actually making a cutscene.
And the neat thing about this is if I select on this cube, you can
still
see
nice because we have shading going on too, which is nice. We just don't have RTX turned on.
Cube selected, and
I don't know how you do RTX.
Object over here, you can see we have this quarter cylinder 12. If I select on this, we have this SM_ramp2. And again, we select our cube, and you can see that we now have that cube selected. You can also select multiple objects in the outliner. So if I select and shift select all of these cubes, you can see I now have them all selected in the viewports. So this is also very useful for, say, I get lost all the way over here. If I select this cube and click on the F key, that will go ahead and focus me back on that object that I have selected. So the outliner is very useful for selecting objects, and you can also delete objects from there.
I wonder if that's a project setting. It's got to be, right?
I will go ahead and delete the object in our viewport.
So
you can do Control-Z to undo
what is it called? It's not RTX. It's called
outliner. You can also do things like show or hide certain objects by hitting that little
software ray
eyeball
tracing
icon. So again, just some basic things.
Detail tracing.
You also have things like folders. So you can see this.
Oh, okay, yeah, right there. I see.
So I expand it. You can see all the different objects inside of that folder. So you can organize objects in your outline.
Dude, this guy actually goes through like everything, which is crazy awesome. Like, yeah, I know it's kind of like, you know what I mean, sitting here listening to it, but at the same time, I do like how this guy actually sits there and goes, hey, listen, this is the editor. These are all the things you're going to be dealing with. Because there's a lot in Unreal Engine. Let's just be honest. You open this up and it's just like, there's a viewport, there's all these buttons everywhere. And trust me, the UI has hell of improved since 4, okay? 4 had a quite of an interesting UI. But, yeah, no, I like how he actually goes through like everything. Like, here's how you can change like to wireframing and stuff like that. Like, it's really good. You know what I mean? I think he did a really good job. Like, I love that. I didn't even know about the collision thing here. Like, how cool is that? I didn't even know about it. You know? But so yeah, there was just some stuff that I've learned today that I didn't even know about. So I'm glad I did watch this video. 'Cause like, this is really good.
You can create a new folder, and then you just drag an object into that folder.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you can see we have this new folder 1, and this cube is now in that folder. Okay. So that is the world outliner. Next up below it, we have the details panel, or the details window. So if I select on this cube, what you're going to notice in the details is we now have
we just gotta get the blueprinting
selected.
down too. Once we learn blueprinting.
We
Actually, hey, I was gonna ask you a question. So what is the difference? Okay, so see how I have this object right here? So if I go up here and then I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to drop a sphere in here, right? So I bring in the sphere, and I put that down. Can I just go end? All right, there we go. And, but what if I come over here to selection mode and then I come down to modeling and then I bring in a sphere here? Do I just click on it? Yeah, right here. What is the difference between these two things? Oh, shit. Oh, damn. I forgot to hit accept. Modeling. Sphere. Drop it. Accept. Okay. Yeah, what is the big difference between this sphere right there versus this sphere right here. And I noticed that these look like they've been built with the modeling versus these, which are actual shapes. I assume these have been built with modeling. Is it that you can manipulate this type of static mesh versus... So this is a static mesh actor. Oh, they're the same thing. Oh, okay, so are these technically the same thing? It's just this is more... this is like base, like nothing's on here. It's just the shape. That's it. Whereas this that you bring in as a shape, it's the same type of object, but it's already got a color to it. It's got a little bit of shine or material to it and stuff like that. Is that the only difference? But literally they are the same, right? Like this and this are replicas. It's just this has more stuff already. It's like a template in a way. Like it's already got something pre-made on it to where this is like base. Like there's nothing on there. It's just that's it. And then now you have to go in and add all that stuff, right? Modeling tools, if you're creating your own meshes in the engine, but most people use 3D software. Right. But I hope that makes sense what I'm saying. But these are technically the same thing, right? This and this. They're the same thing, correct? It's just this has nothing on it compared to this actually does have something on it. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, I was just kind of curious, and then as I was talking, I was gonna say a lot of people probably don't come in here and make stuff in the. Although that is a pretty good question. How come people don't model inside of Unreal Engine? Is it just it doesn't have as much features as like a what's that one called? Blender. There we go. Is it just kind of like limited to what you can do versus with Blender you can actually like do more stuff? And then there's like landscape, which damn, dude, that's pretty cool. I wonder what the green means. Wow, look at all that. Damn, there's just so much you can do in this editor. And then there's modeling, fracture, brush editing, animation, foliage. I don't know much about that. And selection. Some people use it, but personally, I want to learn Blender, so I skip modeling tool in Unreal. Gotcha. Okay, no, I was just kind of curious if, I mean, if you think about it, like a thing like Blender is literally dedicated for 3D modeling. You know what I mean? Like that's it. Yeah. So
the cube. Now I have.
It's cool that they have the
selected.
tools in there, though.
Now you can see that we have the ramp 2 in the details panel, and what the details panel does is it shows us more different details.
I love the new UI of Unreal Engine though. It looks so much better. I mean, I'm sure you remember
For
4.
example, we have things like the
Dude,
name,
that thing was
then down
wicked.
below it, we have things like the transform. So things like the location, rotation, and scale. And so if you remember back to when we were rotating and moving around this object, if we go ahead and move this cube, if I move this cube on the y-axis or back and forth like this, you can see the location is actually changing based on where we put this cube in our level. So this location controls the precise X, Y, and Z values of this cube inside of our level. So for example, if I wanted to reset this, I could set this to 0 and then go 0 and 0. So if I set our location to 0, 0, 0, and then if I press the F key on our keyboard, it will focus in on that cube. And now you can see our cube is placed exactly at the location 0, 0, 0. Okay? So the transform in the details controls the precise location, things like the rotation and the scale. So if I want to reset that by Control Z, that will go ahead and reset the location back to the default location. Now you could also hit this little arrow icon. So if you hover over this, it says reset this property to its default value. So if you click on that, it will reset it to the default value, which in our case is 0, 0, 0. Now we'll go ahead and set it back to this 0, 0, 0 location. Okay. Let's go ahead and move the cube back over here. But basically, we can also change other things like
I gotta
rotation.
install that at some point
So
too.
if I wanted to rotate
Blender.
this 30 degrees on the X,
I don't know if
type
I'd be
in
good at
30
even doing
into the
3D
rotation
stuff,
there,
honestly.
we'll go
Pro-
ahead and update the
I'm not
rotation.
good at art, so
If I
probably
wanted
the best thing to
reset
do
it,
is
I
just
could reset it
download
to the
assets.
default value. And now you can see our cube has reset the rotation
Honestly.
back to 0, 0, and 0. We can also do things like change the scale. So if I wanted to set this to 100 by 100 by 100, you can see our cube is now massive and it covers the entire level. And again, we can reset it by hitting that little back arrow,
Big ass cube.
and you can see it resets it to the default scale.
So what's your
You can
plans for
see
the
that
day?
little
Got
back
anything
arrow
excited
very
planned? Or?
commonly in Unreal Engine.
I'm gonna stream
And
for a
that just
couple
means
hours, then we're
reset it
gonna
to the default values
stop
that we have
and
set. Next up, we have things like mobility. So if it's a static,
go to the gym,
stationary,
stream
or
there,
movable object. Now this mainly has to do with
and
things like lighting.
that's gonna be
and
my day.
physics. So you can see this other cube here is set to static because this is just a static object. But this cube over here is actually set to movable. And the reason why that is if I hit play, if I actually run up to this cube, you can see we can actually move this cube around in the level. Okay. Whereas this
Yeah,
object
exactly.
right
No,
here
no, that makes sense.
is
Yeah.
completely static. Okay.
It's like,
you can
oh
see
yeah, I
those
can do a
mobility
house.
options
Square,
have to
square,
do
square.
with the object's mobility. We also have things like the mesh. So under here we have the static mesh. Basically, a static mesh is an object that doesn't change. And we'll talk more about this later on. Basically, static meshes can be things like rocks, crates,
Paper,
can be
scissors.
just different props in your level. You can actually change this static mesh and choose a different static mesh by hitting this little drop down. And you can see we have all these other different types of objects. Now below that we have things
I'm
like
waiting for a
materials.
special
So we
delivery
can
from my
actually
dude.
change the
I might try
color
to
of this
stream
cube.
later too. Okay,
So
cool,
currently we
nice. I
have
want to build
this
player
blue
stats,
material
achievement systems for my game.
applied to this
That
cube.
oh, that's awesome.
If I hit this little drop down, I
Yeah,
can
show
actually
every
change
like
the color of the
how
cube.
many of the
So you can see we have this
guys got killed.
light blue color. So if I select that, you can now see our cube change to that new color.
I have a
And we
breakdown
can go
for
ahead
it.
and reset it by hitting that little
Gotcha, yeah.
reset arrow. Now we'll go ahead and reset it to that darker blue color. Okay. We also have some other different additional details, things like physics. So you remember earlier I can move this cube around. That's because we have this simulate physics set to true. Okay. Lastly, we have some other different settings and options down here, things like collision. Now this is very useful for when you're making games because it's going to be very common that you're going to be playing around with the collisions, especially if you're making a game. And this is basically where you change things like the collision settings. Okay, there's more additional details down here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go over
That
every
makes sense,
single
yeah.
detail in here.
Like how many
But
kills
just note
the
that
person
there
then have a
are
total
lot
score.
more
That's a good
different
idea.
Details you can change. Those are just the basics. Again, if you select different objects in your scene, that will show you different details depending on the object you have selected. So again, the ramp shows us that it is this ramp mesh. It shows us things like the location, the rotation, the material, and all that stuff. Okay, so that is the
Makes
details
sense.
panel.
Time
The last
played. Oh yeah, that's a good
UI
one too.
that I want to talk about is this bottom bar down here. Okay.
What game was I playing the
Let's
other
go ahead
day?
and move from the left to the right.
I-
So over here on the left, we have this content drawer. So
Yeah,
if
I'll
you click on
spawn
this,
later.
this will actually pop open this content drawer window. Now let's go ahead
Dude,
and
we're
talk
getting a
about
real
this
deep
little
dive on
window
Unreal
because we'll be
Engine. This is
using it
good,
quite
man. This
often.
is good.
So
Like I
first
know a
all,
lot of this
window
already, but
can pop
this is
open
actually
and
really
hide.
good.
So if I right click back in my viewport, it will hide that little content drawer.
yeah, they
So I
did
click
such
back
a
in it,
great
it will
job
show
on
it.
this
If I
UI.
right click in my viewport and move around,
Dude,
it will
I
hide
remember.
it.
I remember when
can
I
also
was
do
doing Unreal
Control
Engine 4.
spacebar.
Dude, that UI was
hide
scary,
showing,
man.
so just
It was not
spacebar.
the best. Like Unity
hide
definitely had a
show
much better UI.
Okay. Another nice thing that I like to do usually when I'm working with the content drawer is I like to click this little dock in layout. And this will come very handy, as I will show you here in a second. But basically, this is the content browser or the content drawer. And this is where you can import 3D assets, sounds, textures, models, materials. You can import all those assets into this browser, and you can bring it into your level. So first things first, over here on the left, we have the
Oh,
folder
dude.
directory.
So
of our
back in the
project.
day, when I was
So you
learning
have this
Unreal
content
Engine,
folder,
like
things
4,
like characters.
I had this
level
really cool
prototyping,
feature where every time it
story
compiled,
content.
I had a robot go. I thought it would be cool to have a female voice go, compiling complete. And I got it to work. And it was fucking awesome, dude. Oh my God, was it awesome. Every time I would compile a blueprint or C++ or C# or whatever, or C++, it would go, compiling complete. Oh, dude, it was so cool. It was so cool. I don't remember how I pulled that off. I just remember doing it. Because I was sitting here and I was like, guys, wouldn't it be cool if we had an AI voice go, compiling complete every time? Or if it had an error, it would go, error. Dude, it was so cool. I don't remember how I pulled that off. It was so funny. It was like unneeded, obviously, but it was cool. I don't remember how I did that. I'll have to figure it out. That shit was funny.
Inside of that starter content folder. Okay. So in this folder, we have different things
Actually,
like
did I use my own voice and then tweak it? I can't remember.
maps,
No. I think I used an AI
Go ahead and
generator
actually
thing.
open
Well,
up
it
the
was an
props
AI back
folder.
then.
And now inside of the props folder, you're going to notice a couple of different props that we have because of the starter content that we added. So we have
So you
things
can
like
actually
this
pin
chair,
it. Oh yeah, dock to
this
layout.
couch,
That makes
and
sense.
let's actually
Yeah, I
go
like
ahead
that better.
and bring some of this stuff into our level.
That
So the
makes
neat thing
sense.
about the content browser is you can drag an object from the content browser
And then
drag
if you
it
just want to
into the
hide it, you
level.
just bring it down there.
Now we'll go ahead and drag and drop the object into your level or your scene. So it's very simple as selecting the object that you want to add and just dragging and dropping it into your viewport. Okay, so we can add things like
Or
this
just move it
little
right
door.
up. And I don't like it up there.
We have things like
shit.
this little statue there. We have this
Oh my
little
God,
bush. And there's just different objects that you can play around with and you can drag into your level by just dragging it from the content browser into your scene. Okay. Now to navigate in the content browser, you can go back by either clicking on the folders over here, or you can navigate by going through the different folders up here if you need to go back. Okay. You also have things like filters. So you can see I already have a couple of different filters. You may not have any filters in here.
No,
Basically,
not
if
yet.
you hit this little 3 lines icon, this will allow us to filter our content browser by certain assets. So for example, if you don't have any filters, this is what it will look like. But if I want to filter my assets in my content browser by, say, static meshes, if I click on this little icon here, I can filter it by static mesh. And now you're going to see all
Oh,
of
it's
these
control
static
space
meshes
bar.
inside of our
Hell yeah,
content
there we go.
folder. You can see we have all the different
I like it.
props. We have all these different walls.
Yeah, I was seeing you could
groups,
color code your stuff, which makes
these
sense.
basic
And then you can
shapes,
like
okay?
say, oh, all
And
things
that
that
will
are
show us the
meshes or
filter right
whatever.
here on the left.
And then you can have your own little
Toggle
color
on or
system.
off that filter. So if I select
Makes sense.
that or deselect it, you can see that
Yeah,
disables the
definitely.
filter. If I
Definitely.
reselect
I'd be
it,
down to see what your
it will enable
setup
the
looks
filter,
like.
Okay, so we're only seeing static meshes or props
Nice.
from our
All right,
content
all right,
browser.
cool.
So those are the filters, and those are just
Textures,
the basics
testing,
of our
meshes.
content browser.
Nice.
And
That
you
makes
can
sense.
Even
I
add
like
your
that.
own custom content to your project through the content browser by dragging and importing your own custom 3D assets. You can do things like importing characters, sounds, textures, all that stuff by just dragging it into your content folder. Now let's actually take a moment to talk about how to create folders and organize content in the content browser. So to create a new folder in your content browser, you just right click anywhere inside of it, and you're going to see we have this menu pop up, and basically we have a couple of different options. So I'm going to go down the list. So the first thing that we have here is we have imports to games. So we can import some assets directly into our content folder. We can add a feature or content pack. So if you click on this, you can see you can actually add any of these content packs to this project. So for example, say I want some of the assets from the virtual reality template, I can add it to my current project. Okay, so you can add content, or if you go over to the content itself, this tab over here, let's say you forgot to add the starter content, you can add it to your project through here. Okay, so if you forget to add content, you can always come back and add content through that. Now below that we have Quixel Bridge, which is also another place that you can get free assets from, and I'll cover that here in a bit. And then we have the create a new folder, and then down below it we have basic assets and then advanced assets. Okay, so we're going to go over these different asset types, but first let's go ahead and just create ourselves a new folder. So under the folder we can create a new folder. Then you can see we can just rename this folder to test folder. And if you double click and open that up, you'll open up the folder, and you can right click, create another folder. Basically that's how you can organize content inside of your content browser. Okay, now for the different types of assets, if you right click, you're going to see there are many different types of assets in Unreal Engine. So we first have the basic asset types, which are things like blueprint classes, levels, materials, this Niagara system, and then below it we have some
Naming
more
convention
different
is in,
asset types. So if you hover over any of these different
oh
categories.
shit, sorry, hold up. Comments inside a blueprint, so you can do different colors. It also makes a huge difference for me. You can add individual folders and favorites for quick access in case you need to jump between a few locations. Yeah. Naming convention is important too. Like blueprints would be BP_name. I've seen a lot of that, yeah. Static mesh would be SM_name. Game mode would be GM_, and so on. This will help you when you're searching for stuff when coding. Easier to find stuff too. Yeah, I agree with you. That makes a lot of sense. Like if you're doing even like a color like SM red, so it'd be SM_red or something like that for your static meshes.
You're going to see that we have more different asset types down here.
Makes
now,
sense.
A lot of this stuff, you don't really have to know what each and every single asset does, but I'm going to cover some of the basic types of assets that we have. And in fact, we can do that by going to our content folder and opening up our starter content. So if you go into the starter content folder, let's go into first the architecture folder. So you're going to see that we have these different props. So like this floor, wall with a door. So these are all static meshes. So that's the type of asset that this is. Again, a static mesh is a prop or an object that is static. It doesn't move. So this can be anything like, for example, some of the objects that we have here in the level, like this chair, this bush, this window frame. These are all static meshes. And you can notice that these are static mesh assets because it says, for one, static mesh at the very bottom there. You can also see that it's color coded. So it has this blue line right here, and that means it's a static mesh, okay? So each asset type is color coded with a different color, and you'll become familiar with all the different asset types as time goes on. So those are static meshes. Next up, if you go back into the starter content folder, we have audio. So you can see we have things like sound waves, basic sound files. And you can see the name of the sound wave, and you can see the color of that asset type. Okay, so that's audio. We can go into blueprints. For blueprints, you can see it also has a different color. We have sort of this darker blue color for the asset. And then you can see it's a blueprint class. Okay, now we'll cover blueprints at the very end of this video, but right now we're just focusing on the different types of assets that you can find inside of Unreal Engine, based on the name down here and the color code. Next up we have
what is the difference between the...
You can see this is a texture cube. You can see the name of it, and you can see the color code
sound
of that
wave.
file.
Oh, okay, so
Next up
purple's
maps.
wave, Q
You can
is
see they are in
blue.
this yellow or orange color. And
Makes
you can see it
sense.
says level at the bottom. Okay, so just getting used to the different asset types will help you distinguish what type of files are which, specifically in the content browser. Now next to the maps we have materials. So if you double click that, you can see that these are all material assets because of, again, it says material at the bottom. It has that little green color code, so we know that these are materials. And you can see that we have a little preview of the material with this little sphere.
Oh, that's
that
cool.
shows what type of material it is, okay? So if you look in here, we have things like gold, metal, rock, and all that stuff. Now, we've gone over materials a little bit so far, but to apply any material to an object, say if I wanted to make this chair right here completely gold, we have this M metal gold material. And to apply any material to an object in your level, what you can do is you can just drag this material and drop it onto that object. Okay, there's that way. There's also another
The
way
Midas touch.
by using the details panel. So if you look in the details panel, we have this chair selected and it shows us the material that's been assigned or the material that we just assigned it to.
That's pretty cool
One thing to
looking.
note is we can always reset it. So if I hit this reset arrow, it's going to reset it to the default chair texture or material. Okay, and I can also drag in this gold material into this material slot. That will also have the same effect of changing the material as if I were to drag and drop it onto the object like this. Okay, so again we can reset it. So you can test this out with all the different material types. We have things like rock material, you have things like wood. So you can mess around with all the materials and just apply it to random objects in the level.
My wood
Get more
floor.
familiar with it. Now, another neat feature about the content browser and about Unreal Engine is you're going to notice this icon a lot, especially when working with the content browser. So this little icon right here. So if you have this chair selected, you're going to notice we have this little folder magnifying glass icon. So again, this is going to be everywhere in Unreal Engine. You can see the static mesh has that little icon right there. So if you click on that icon for the chair, it's going to browse to that asset into the content browser. So this is very useful because say I want to find where this material is at. If I click that little browse icon, it will pull up the folder that has the material for that chair.
That makes sense.
This is super useful because say I want to modify this door, I can select it and then I can click on the little browse icon and find it exactly in the content browser. So you're going to see that little icon quite a bit throughout the engine, and basically that's what it does. You can browse to it quickly into your content browser where it's stored. Okay, so let's go back to our starter content. So we were just covering some of the different asset types. So we're in the materials folder. Let's go back and go over to the next folder where we have particles. So you can see these are particle effects, the cascade particle system. These are actually some older particles, but you can see we have things like fire, smoke, and explosion. Now if we go back, we have things like props. So if you go into the props folder, again, these are all static meshes. So you can see the static mesh asset name, as well as the color.
The
code.
loop icon will
Color. Okay, and then we
take your
exit out of there,
content
we
browser
have
location.
shapes. Again,
Oh, okay.
more static mesh assets.
Nice,
And then
good
go back.
stuff.
And lastly, we have textures. So if you open that up, you can see these are all different 2D textures. So you can see it has the name texture at the very bottom, and we have this red color code for the assets. Okay, so those are all the basic asset types. Like I said, there's a lot more asset types. If you right click, you can see there's a whole lot more different asset types, and you can look at all the different names and color codes of them. And just over time, after you use the engine, you'll start to learn what some of these other assets are used for. So those are all the basic asset types. Let's quickly talk about the content browser again and how you can actually organize content. So we briefly went over how to create new folders. Now, to organize content, if we go into our props folder, you can actually move around assets to different folders. So this is very intuitive. So for example, if I right click and create a new folder in here, I can name this to my props. And then I could select this chair mesh and move it into that folder. So if I drag and drop it onto that folder, it'll give us a couple of options. We can do move here, copy here, or advanced copy here. I'm going to do move here, and that will go ahead and move that asset into this my props folder. So it's very intuitive where you can drag and drop files and move it around and organize it in your content browser. Now, if you wanted to move this back out of this folder, one way that you can do that is through this project directory over here, or through the hierarchy. So if I were to take this chair and move it back into my main props folder, if I drag and drop it right there, I can click move here. And now if I go back to our props, you can see that I moved the chair outside of that folder. Okay, so it's very intuitive how you can move and manage your assets in the content browser. So the same thing goes for deleting assets. If I select this window frame, if I click delete, it will give us actually a couple of different options. Now, whenever you delete an asset that is placed in a level or that is actually used, it's going to pop up with this little warning, okay? Because you're actually using the asset. So for example, I have this window frame. Because I have that dragged into my level, if I select it in the content browser and try to delete it, it's going to pop up with this warning.
Right.
Some of the assets
Makes
being
sense.
deleted are still referenced in memory. So Unreal Engine doesn't like this when you try to delete stuff and you're still using it. Now, one way that you can fix that is you can actually go ahead and delete this from the level. So if I select that and delete it, then if I do File, Save All, I can go back to my content browser, select that window frame, and click delete. You can see it's still referenced, so you can either replace it with another asset or you can do force delete. Sometimes replacing the reference is better than doing force delete because, like I said, Unreal Engine doesn't like it when you delete stuff that is referenced. So I'm just going to do force delete just to show you what happens. So then now you can see that it's
weird.
deleted from our content browser. And that's basically how you can delete content from being inside of your content browser. Now, there's no way to undo that. So if you do delete something from the content browser, there's no way to actually get back that asset. So
I need to move my
those
desk
are the
and I need to buy a
content
bigger
browser
green
basics.
screen.
Now let's actually go ahead and cover how you can get third-party assets and props, whether that be through the Unreal Engine Marketplace or another useful tool called Quixel Bridge. So first, let's cover the Unreal Engine Marketplace. So if you open up the Epic Games Launcher, you want to head over to the Unreal Engine Marketplace right over here at the top. We can go ahead and add our first asset pack to our project. So for example, we can go ahead and find an asset pack. So for me, we're going to use a free asset pack. So if you click on the free up here, we can hit this little drop down and go to Epic Games Content. Now this will show us all the free assets from Epic Games. And
Hey, Bobby, how's it going?
Pages, go to the next page and browse all of the free assets that they have. Another thing that you can do is you can go to free. You can see that there's other different categories. Yeah,
Welcome to the light.
Scans, free
Thank
for the
you.
month, permanently free collection. So we click on permanently free collection. These are assets that are permanently free, meaning that they will be free forever. So you can use them for your projects or whatever you're doing inside of the engine. Okay. Now to actually go ahead and add one of these asset packs to your project, let's say I want to go ahead and add this free furniture pack. So if you click on it here,
Crash
you can
Engine
also search
5.
for it. If you type in free
What does it
furniture
crash
pack,
a lot for you?
Meet your next pillow. Why do we make our pillow in the shape of a cube?
I don't know why.
I'll
All
tell you.
right.
you can see that it'll pop up right here, so you can navigate to it. So as you can see, there are some free furniture assets in this pack. Let's go ahead and actually add this to our project. So to add marketplace content to your project,
Oh man.
click, if it's free, you can click on this free button, or you can add it to your cart. Either way will work. If you click on the free button, it will go ahead and take a second.
What
Say unavailable.
what kind of stuff have you done with Unreal? Have you
should
done
say
like
add to
some
project.
games and stuff like that?
So
Or
there's a couple things that you need to note when adding marketplace content specifically to your project. You should note the supported platforms, which platforms it supports.
really?
More
I
importantly,
wonder
you
why
should
it
note
crashes.
The supported
That's weird.
engine versions. Okay, this is very important.
Nice. What kind of game are you
Currently,
making?
can see that this supports Unreal Engine 4.18 all the way to 4.27, and it also supports Unreal Engine 5.0 all the way to
Yeah.
5.3.
Same with
We'll show you what happens
Matake
if you
up there, yeah.
add a
It'll be the
asset
same with
pack.
me. I don't know anything
Not
about
supported for the
fucking
version that
3D
you're
modeling.
using. But right now you can see that this
It's an
pack is
FPS?
supported
Nice,
for
nice,
5.3,
nice.
so we
Good
shouldn't
stuff.
have any issues with
I feel like
it when
that's a
we add
happy
it to our
go-to, like
project.
Fallout
Let's
4
go ahead and
style.
add it
Oh,
to our
okay.
project.
All right.
On this add to project button, and then it will show
Nice.
you all the different projects that you have. Now I currently have a couple of different projects. Now what I want to do is I want to search for the name of my project, or in your case it might be the only project that you have in here. So I searched my first project. I'm going to select my project and just click the add to project button. Okay, so that will go ahead and
Yeah, I'm not an
start
artist at all,
downloading
man. Do you use Blender or Maya or 3D?
to our project from the Unreal Engine.
Or are you just like
Now,
None
if
of
we go ahead
that.
and minimize this. Now, if we go back to
I don't know,
we
man.
should
We might need to go head to head on our skill set because you might beat me in the
we should now
in the
have a new
asset
folder
world.
for this free furniture pack.
game needs to be
If you
fun.
double click and open that up, you can see we have more different folders inside of it. Things like blueprints, maps.
Yeah, I
materials,
mean, like
meshes,
visually, if a
textures.
game's like pretty
Let's
but
go
it's
ahead
shitty,
and look at
then
the
you know you
furniture
just have
pack. So
a
I know
you
that
just have a
the
polished
furniture
turd, you know.
Assets are props, and therefore they should be in the meshes folder. So I double click and open that
Yeah,
up.
some of the gameplay
You can see that we
sucks.
have all the different meshes in this folder. Okay, so we can scroll through them and see all the different props that we have. We have things like these.
Like, look at a
couches,
game like
drag and drop.
what's a good example? Like Portal. Portal's a good example. Now, granted, Portal is a very old game. Graphically, it's pretty basic. There's not a lot going on in that game. There's a lot of white plate style or whatever you call it. You know that style. There's usually one object, a person, a gun, two portals, and a voice that plays up in the intercom system, the robot that or Gladys that talks to you. That's it. Portal is a very, very, very basic game. There's not a lot going on. Granted, when you get on some levels, there's a lot more detail there, and the lighting's really good. But other than that, there's not a lot going on. You know what I mean? But it is fucking fun, especially Portal 2. Portal 2 is really fun. The writing was insanely good on that. Yeah, that was a lightning in a jar moment with Portal 2. But 1 was decent as well. And considering Portal 1, if you look into how Portal even got made, it's crazy. These college students were like, yeah, we're going to make it was some medieval game or something where you went through these doorways and it transferred you to another, somewhere else. And then when Valve saw the demo for it, they were just like, okay. And then they you know what I mean? Turned it into Portal. But it was funny. And actually, this brings up a really good point. So when Valve originally made Portal looked a lot different. Portal had a lot of assets in it, like a lot of props in it. And when they were running the playtesting, people were trying to solve Portal, trying to solve the puzzles using the assets inside of the mission. So they'd come right over here, right? And they go, oh, maybe I need to pick up this chair and move it over to the... So they were spending so much time trying to move just these assets in the world. And they were like, oh, we got to get rid of this stuff. So they literally... That's why the levels, and if you go and play Portal, it's very blank looking levels because people kept thinking, oh, I need to jump up on the table to do a backspin flip to solve the puzzle. So it's fascinating, a game like Portal, because they were like, okay, we just got to keep it as bare bones as possible, which was really cool. So it was fun to kind of hear the behind the scenes of that. So... But also depends on the game style. My game needs the assets as it depends on them. Oh, okay, gotcha, yeah. Yeah, actually, I wonder if I can find that video. That's a really good example. Let's see. This is a really good example. I can't remember. Oh, great. When you type in Portal playtesting, it brings up the fucking... Damn it. It brings up the handheld. Yeah, here we go. This was the video right here. Game Maker's toolkit.
About a year into the development of Portal, playtesters kept giving Valve very similar feedback. Something along the lines of, that was a great tutorial, I can't wait to play the actual game. Slight problem,
that was
the actual game.
Yeah.
Despite playing through 14 or so hand-crafted puzzles, players were clearly missing some vital element that would tell them this was, indeed, a video game. And so after a lot of discussion, Valve decided that the game needed an antagonist. someone to push back against the player, to provide motivation
But
to
look
keep
how
moving, and to
simplistic
put these
it
puzzles
is.
into context.
All right, not
this
that. Well, you
was
get what
all
I'm
training in order to defeat a boss. The end result was, of course, GLaDOS, a loopy AI overlord with a biting, passive-aggressive wit. She teases you, taunts you,
Yeah, but
tricks
like, look
you,
at this
and
as
the
an
whole game
example, like
leads up
right
to
here. Look how simple this is. There's not a lot going on here. There's your platform, you got your beam, you got your fire, your walls, and the acid, or whatever this nasty water is, and fire. That is
a
it.
climactic
You know what I mean?
one-on-one showdown.
Very
in her
simple.
central
Even this
chamber.
room right here, you have your lighting, a few TVs, and then you have GLaDOS. You have your platform right here, the incinerator, whatever this room is, for like testing room or whatever. And that is it. And it's just got like really good lighting. And then you got your objects right here that need to go in the inside. But they keep it so simplistic. There's not a lot like fancy shit going on in this
So you
game.
found me.
You know?
Congratulations. Was it worth it? Because despite
it's
your
so
violent
fun,
behavior,
yeah.
the only thing you've managed to break so far
Is my heart. See, I got
Thanks
it
to
memorized.
sharp
I played this
writing and
game so
killer
many
voice
fucking
acting,
times.
she has
dude.
become one of
I
the
literally,
most
I love
iconic
Portal
video game
and
villains
Portal 2.
of
It's
all
like my
time.
favorite. It
But,
forever will
says
be my favorite
Valve's
game.
Robin Walker,
I will never stop
Genesis
playing this
begins
game.
with a straightforward process of us trying to solve the core gameplay problem in Portal.
I think it's pretty early
Now,
on when
if
they
you
talk
ask
about
me,
what I
the
was.
fact that GLaDOS may never have existed if it wasn't for this feedback just goes to show the value of playtesting. Not
Yep.
to be confused with quality assurance, that's for rooting out bugs, or
I need to
focus
have that
testing,
job
that's
right
for
there.
market research.
Finding the bugs.
No,
They love
playtesting
me.
is simply watching people play through a chunk of the game, sometimes with a questionnaire or interview at the end, and then using what you see and hear to drive changes in the game's design. For example, if Valve sees that players are routinely getting themselves killed when trying to redirect these energy balls, perhaps they should make a change, like having it so you can only place portals on walls that are way above the player's height. And so on Portal, this approach was used to touch up almost every aspect of the game. Valve used playtesting to make sure the learning curve was perfect. They used it to remove moments of frustration, to make sure players noticed key objects, to improve the pacing, to tweak the difficulty, and to ensure the storyline was coherent. Playtesting even led to the game's iconic visual style, with those sterile
here we
white
go, here we
walls and
go.
floor. Originally, the game featured
Yep, here we
cluttered
go.
and grungy environments, but playtesters found it hard to identify the key puzzle elements. In one test, a player spent half an hour trying to push a shelf
Yep,
onto a button,
here we
while
go.
completely ignoring a nearby box. Kim Swift, one of the key developers on the project, calls playtesting the most important thing that we learned since coming to Valve. You see, if you didn't know, Portal started life as Narbacular Drop, a student project made at DigiPen University
Yeah,
in
here we go.
Washington. They were invited to show the game off at Valve's headquarters, and about halfway through the demo, CEO Gabe Newell stopped the presentation to offer the entire team a job. Their goal was to remake the game
Hi,
in
welcome
the
to
Source engine
Valve.
and within the Half-Life universe. And to help, Valve introduced the small student team to its game development process. Here's how it works. You start with a goal, perhaps in this case to make a puzzle that is clearly readable and satisfying to solve. You then take a stab at reaching that goal by designing something, in this case, a test chamber. Next, you evaluate whether your design reached that goal by doing a playtest, and if it doesn't meet the grade, change the design and repeat.
Yeah,
Valve
sure.
keeps going.
There you go.
Going with this iterative process until it is no
Player
longer
feedback is super
excruciatingly
important.
painful
If
to
you can
watch
get someone
the
to test your
playtests,
game,
says
I'm looking at
developer
a guy
David
that's in
Spiro.
love with the game because I
Fantastic.
helped him with
You
his
remained
ADHD.
resolute
I
and
think he played
resourceful
like 8
in
hours.
an
Damn,
atmosphere
nice.
of extreme pessimism.
Perhaps, given the subjects of its most famous games, it's apt
Oh,
that
definitely.
Valve sees game development as an engineering
Yeah, that's a
problem
great
or
video. I would
scientific
suggest
study.
anybody go watch
Valve's
it.
former in-house psychologist, Mike Ambinder, says, "We see our game designs as hypotheses, and our playtests as experiments to validate these hypotheses." Now, it should be said that playtesting is by no means exclusive to Valve, and
Oh, hell no.
indeed, every game developer sources player feedback at some point in the process. But the difference is that Valve is obsessed with it, to an almost religious degree.
It should be.
Ambinder calls playtesting the most important part of the game development process. Gabe Newell calls it our secret weapon.
Yeah.
And a designer who joined the studio
it's true
in
too, because if you play a lot of the I don't know if you guys have ever played the mods of Portal, but there's this one mod where I can't remember the exact mod, but it gets involved with time travel. And it's fucking so frustrating. Like, I remember at one point I spent hours on one level and I just gave up. I just couldn't do it. And there just wasn't enough I don't know how to explain it. It was a long time ago, but I remember playing it and it was so frustrating because I just couldn't solve it. And I spent hours. I just couldn't do it.
2018 said,
but it shouldn't be that frustrating. You know what I mean?
A lot of playtesting before I came to work here,
but
I was
played
not prepared
Portal a bajillion times and never ran into anything.
Does.
Even when I first played it as a kid,
playtesting
or when I was younger, I never ran into like frustrating issues.
Of Portal
well, okay, maybe like once or twice, but
of starting to build the game at Valve, even though they only had one half-finished room to show people, and they do it often. Portal was playtested practically every week. They'd do a playtest on Friday, discuss the results on Monday, apply the lessons the rest of the week, and test again on Friday. It sounds extreme, but I think this devotion to playtesting makes a lot more sense when you learn about the disastrous development of Valve's very first game, Half-Life.
Really?
About 2 months before Half-Life was supposed to ship, Valve realized that the game, well, sucked. The developer said you couldn't play the game all the way through, none of the levels tied together well, and there were serious technical problems with most of the game. As a whole, the game just wasn't working. The only real option on the table was to scrap the whole thing and start from scratch. But this time, they would do things differently, which led to 2 game development philosophies that are still present in the studio today. One is the idea of the Cabal, where the staff is split up into tiny, multi-discipline teams who each take complete ownership of a small chunk of the game. But the other is frequent playtesting from the very earliest point of development. This time, if the game sucked, they wanted to know right away. So about 3 months into development of the restarted Half-Life, they started playtesting. They found random gamers in video game shops and contacted people who filled in those little registration cards you got in old PC game boxes.
Really? I didn't know what those
were. The game and just watch them play. Each test would result in dozens of things that would need to be fixed, changed, added, or deleted from the game. Like, after watching some playtesters break every crate in a level, Valve realized it probably needed to stuff some of those boxes with goodies like ammo and health packs. And this new process obviously worked. This version of Half-Life was a huge success and is now seen as one of the most important and influential games ever made.
That's cool.
As such, Valve would use playtesting extensively in all of its future games. On Half-Life 2, Valve planned to give out the gravity gun towards the end of the game, but players loved using it so much, the team decided to make it available much sooner. On Left 4 Dead, playtesters found it hard to find teammates who were in trouble, which led to the X-ray outlines of your fellow survivors. On Portal 2, a paint type that let you walk on walls was scrapped when it made multiple playtesters feel queasy.
Really?
The arrival of Steam allowed Valve to go further, converting millions of online players into post-launch playtesters. When Steam's data showed that lots of players were getting stuck in Episode 1, they released a patch to reduce the difficulty of a tricky siege battle. Plus, playtesting was instrumental when exploring
playtested your own game and liked it. Well, that's good.
For Half-Life Alyx. For instance, Valve learned that a player's tolerance for standing around watching people talk was significantly lower in virtual reality, so had to speed up the game's pace. Player behavior helped us navigate VR development.
Yeah, all this stuff is stuff that people, you know, I feel like
the player as another designer.
I feel like so much of this is important. Like I feel like, what do they do over at Activision? Do you think they even do this anymore? I would love to like find out the inner workings of Activision. Do you think they even do this stuff anymore? They're like, fuck it, they'll buy it, ship it. You know what I mean? Like, who gives a shit?
Barely a moment in the game.
I don't think they do. I'll be very honest with you. Like, let's be honest, that Call of Duty campaign that they just released for Modern Warfare 3, it is dog shit. Like, I would be embarrassed if I worked on that. I'd be like, oh yeah, I had nothing to do with that. I just work here at Activision. I didn't have anything to do with that game. Dude, if you go back, and you play the original Modern Warfare campaigns, they are fucking amazing. They got you locked in emotionally because you play Modern Warfare 4 and then you go through that campaign and then you go to Modern Warfare 2 and it continues from that storyline that you played back in Modern Warfare 4. Then you finally get to Modern Warfare 3 in 2011, and this is it right here. This is the trilogy. The campaign is closing this trilogy that you've been playing for years. You know what I mean? And you finish it and you feel like emotionally you're like invested into this campaign that's been going on for years of your own real life. But in game, you know what I mean? You've continued with this journey since like Modern Warfare 4, and now you're finally finishing up at 3. You're literally, the campaign for Modern Warfare 3 starts off where you left off in Modern Warfare 2. Shepard has betrayed you. One of your guys has been shot. You've been shot. You know what I mean? You're being pushed through a gurney and somewhere, I can't remember. And then New York City is now under attack because of all the shit that you did in number 2. You know what I mean? Like, how awesome is that? Then you go into the trade center and you're trying to the stock exchange, and you're trying to get all those the bad guys out of there. It's just, you're so invested. And then they released Modern Warfare 3 and this campaign, and it's basically offline Warzone. It's like, what? What happened to the passion and the love? Dude, if they play tested that campaign, I would be very surprised. And by play test, I mean went out to all the Call of Duty players and said, hey, can you play test our campaign? I highly doubt it. I cannot see that they did that. Or if they did, they were lied to. It's crazy. Because that was some dog shit when I played. When I loaded up that campaign for MW3, I was kind of like, oh my God, I bet they remastered the original. No, they didn't. They put a few missions of offline Warzone. I felt zero invested in any of the characters. I just didn't care. I honestly didn't even want to continue the campaign. I got bored of it real quick. I was like, this sucks. You know what I mean? So yeah, dude, I think all that stuff is gone. Activision doesn't care anymore. They throw together a DLC and say, just pay us $70. And they'll know they'll get the money for it. What are you going to do? You know what I mean? It just sucks.
Wasn't improved by what
Did you see Kerbal Space Program release day? First patch was 300 bugs fixed.
So from Half-Life 1 to Half-Life Alyx, playtesting has been an invaluable tool.
That's a fun one. I haven't even finished this. I gotta finish it.
From the developers to show you how to playtest more effectively. Though it should be stated, Valve is not like other companies. From its unorthodox organizational structure to its near infinite resources, there are very few companies on Earth who can copy what Valve does. And also, this approach may work best on superlinear, extremely handcrafted story games, and other techniques like heat maps may work better for other types of game. But with those caveats out of the way, perhaps their experience can still provide some useful guidance.
Oh, for sure.
So, tip number 1 is test early. Valve says playtesting is where we make the vast majority of our most important changes to our game.
Yep.
So we try to do it as early as possible on the project to get the most value out of it. When you identify a problem early on, you have time to go back to the drawing board and develop an effective solution to the problem. But do it too late, and sometimes the only way to fix a problem is with a flimsy band-aid solution, like, I don't know, having the characters just tell you the solution to a crummy puzzle. Valve may start testing within a few days of prototyping a mechanic or designing a level, even if it looks hideously ugly with programmer art or bright orange textures on all the walls.
Hey.
But this actually helps them avoid wasting time on other aspects.
Right.
There's no point investing heavily in art or audio if the game mechanic is going to be completely changed or cut from the game entirely.
That makes sense.
Number 2 is test often. Valve typically tests every single week to make sure they are constantly iterating on player feedback. This also leads to a huge amount of data. Each Half-Life 2 chapter had about 100 playtesters, for example, and that mass of information can be invaluable. By having a huge number of people look at the game, Valve can look for common trends in the feedback and avoid tweaking the game based on a few weird outliers. and the more experience you have seeing people interact with your designs, the better you'll get at preempting this feedback in the future. Gabe Newell says, after you've watched a couple hundred playtests, you start to develop a much better sense of what are successful and unsuccessful design strategies.
Yep.
So, some famous lessons learnt at Valve include players don't learn when stressed and players don't look up. Number 3 is shut up and watch. A playtest should try to simulate the actual experience of playing the game, which means the observers need to stay quiet for the duration of the test. No hints, no guidance, no answers to burning questions. Nothing is quite so humbling as being forced to watch in silence as some poor playtester stumbles around your level for 20 minutes, unable to figure out the obvious answer that you now realize is completely arbitrary and impossible to figure out, the studio has said. Post-game interviews and questionnaires can certainly happen. Those were instrumental in solving the GLaDOS problem, after all. But you'll often learn more by watching players than by talking to them. Swift says they may tell you later that they like the game, but you'll really tell by their body language whether or not they actually enjoyed themselves. It's also a common game design trope that playtesters like to offer potential solutions to the problems they face, but as they don't have insider knowledge of your vision or constraints, these solutions are usually better left ignored. Number 4 is designers should run playtests.
Oh, yes.
Valve does not outsource testing to a special department or leave it with a publisher. Playtesting is done by the people who are actually responsible for the design and execution of the level or mechanic in question.
Oh god, does that make sense?
Cabal from earlier. This shows the developers exactly what needs fixing and can give much needed motivation to improve the game. And player behavior might inspire new puzzle solutions or ideas for the designers watching. Like in Half-Life Alyx, players would instinctively cover their real-life mouth to stop Alyx from coughing and alerting a gigantic blind zombie named Jeff. So Valve turned covering your mouth into an actual game mechanic.
Well, that's
Number 5 is get the right people. Valve gets feedback from a huge variety of different playtesters, from fellow staff members to little kids to pro gamers. But it's learned to always have a target audience in mind when making changes. Like when Valve was figuring out how to make a climactic boss fight against GLaDOS, they initially got feedback from hardcore FPS players who said the level needed more action, more challenge, and more skill. But this idea was a dud. When facing this tricky boss fight, says Eric Wolpaw, the vast majority of playtesters who had gotten used to the slower-paced, cerebral nature of Portal were just frustrated, confused, and dissatisfied.
Right.
They still wanted to satisfy those hardcore FPS players, but did so through optional content like Portal's advanced chambers and challenge maps.
I know.
Number 6 is to
that's in the
challenge
game?
your assumptions. Okay, so maybe the GLaDOS boss fight didn't need to be a test of skill. So perhaps it needed to be the most complex puzzle in the entire game. Surely that would be a suitable climax. But here's the thing. Playtesters thought the game's midpoint escape, that bit where you use a portal to avoid falling into a pit of fire, players thought that was incredibly climactic and satisfying, even though it's basically the easiest puzzle in Portal.
I don't know.
But Valve realized that the time pressure, the visual impact, and the high drama all made it way more exciting for players. So maybe they were overthinking the final boss too. We've been holding on to this idea that we need a complex puzzle at the end, and it simply wasn't true, says Swift, and so they settled on a pretty simple sequence.
Yeah,
it's very easy for game designers to make wonky assumptions about how players will
the cake was a lie.
I recently made a whole video about doing this in my own puzzle game. I'll drop a link to that one in the end screen of this video. Perhaps the most important tip, though, is that playtesting feedback is just data, and it's up to the designer how that data is interpreted, filtered, and applied. For example, Half-Life 2 originally had a very short introduction before Gordon Freeman grabbed a gun and started shooting. Playtesters loved it. Who wouldn't be excited when jumping into the action? And so, given this good feedback, it would be easy to keep the game exactly like that. But despite the positive sentiment, writer Mark Laidlaw says Valve decided to keep working. They thought it would be better to delay combat. We wanted you to witness the cops doing something horrible and feel like what you were doing was a response to that, not that you were just a killing machine, says Laidlaw.
That makes sense.
They thought it would lead to a better emotional payoff if you had to wait a much longer time before finally getting Gordon's iconic crowbar.
Oh, and before I forget, I think you dropped this back in Black Mesa. Good luck out there, buddy.
Black Mesa.
Here's the thing. Playtesting is as useful as you make it. If you just bend the game to the whims and desires of every playtester who comes through, you'll end up with a dumbed-down game or bland, designed-by-committee sludge. But if you go in with a clear goal, a specific game you want to make for a specific audience you want to entertain, and then use playtesting to validate whether you are hitting that goal, you can use this feedback to unlock the incredible game you are trying to make.
Yep.
Oh, don't click off. I've got one last Portal story while the Patreon credits roll. So, the invention of GLaDOS is actually not the most dramatic change that Valve has made in response to player feedback. During an internal game jam held shortly after the release of Portal 1, a bunch of Valve developers came up with an experimental puzzle game called F-Stop. In this game, you use a camera to take photos of objects. Then you can spawn that object elsewhere in the world, perhaps at a completely different scale. Gabe Newell loved the concept and said it should be developed as a follow-up to Portal, meaning each game in the series would feature a different piece of technology developed at Aperture Science. But after nearly a year of development, playtesters were very vocal in their feedback. Portal without portals just didn't work. And so Valve decided to scrap the game and start Portal 2 all over again.
I mean,
in recent years, we've been able to see what F-Stop might have looked like as fans have used leaked assets and code to make various recreations of the game.
Why couldn't...
But Valve never returned to the concept.
Really?
If you want to play something similar, then check out Superliminal or wait for the upcoming photography puzzler, Viewfinder.
Wow,
Thanks
look
for
at that. Wow, I fucking hate these scam ads. What you see in this game ad is not what you're getting in a game. That is crazy. Yeah, like I said, that was a great video. I saw that video a while back and thought it was amazing.
This video is a complete chronological timeline of Half-Life and Portal.
No, I don't need to watch that. We'll be here for 2... No, I'm all set. I'm sure it's a good video. But yeah, that is a great example of like why those games were so good. Like, yeah, it's crazy to just like watch those and go, yeah, so it actually started out like this, and then you're like, wait a minute, so the end result I got was nothing like it began. I didn't even know about the Half-Life thing. Like, could you imagine you're about ready to release a game and then you scrap it and restart? That's wild. You know what I mean? But it just shows that like what's happened in the gaming industry. It's just like shit gets thrown out now. Like, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, we have to have it done, and the time crunches to finish a game now are like crazy insane. So when a game launches, it's got like a bajillion bugs in it. And I mean, did that happen with Cyberpunk is a great example, right? Like, they literally released a game that was unplayable. That game got refunded so much it wasn't even funny. And then finally they were like, okay, well, here, we're going to patch it. And now I hear it's a really good game. I haven't personally played it, but I hear it's a really good game, you know? But it had its issues. So, but yeah, I think that's kind of what's happened with the Call of Duty stuff. It's just like, probably back then they play tested everything. They focused on campaign, and now the only thing they care about is microtransactions. That's all they give a shit about. They're just like, yeah, whatever. Just give them microtransactions. Give them skins. They'll buy it. You know what I mean? They'll buy our battle pass. I bought the battle pass. I'm an idiot. Hey, Kazi. Even after updates, they suck. Sometimes they do, yeah. It's crazy. It's just like, I don't know. It's wild. It's a shame because I have yet to really like buy a game nowadays that I'm just like,
new follower.
Hey, the Bobby, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. I've yet to like actually get a game where I'm actually excited to play it. Nothing's good. Like, okay, here's a good example. Battlefield. Battlefield 2 was an awesome game. Battlefield Bad Company 1 was pretty good. Then Battlefield Bad Company 2 came out. One of the funnest games I've ever played. The writing was so good on that game. The comedy was so good in it. It was even better than number 1. And the mechanics were better. I think they did the Frostbite engine too for Bad Company 2. So the mechanics of the play style were much better. But like, it wasn't just like a visually pretty game. The writing was really good, and I'm sure they did a lot of playtesting on it. Then you start playing Battlefield Hardline, and you're like, why am I playing as a cop? Why is this even a Battlefield game? There's no reason. You know what I mean? And it even makes you wonder if they got feedback from people of like, hey, what do you think of this game? You know what I mean? Then there were the new one, the 2042. It's okay. It's okay. Did it even come with a campaign? I don't think it did. Now, Battlefield 4 was pretty good. The campaign for 4 was pretty good. I don't even really remember 3. Battlefield 3. I don't remember really much about Battlefield 3. I don't know. Maybe that just says something about it. But 4 was pretty good. The campaign for 4 was really nice. I remember when that building comes crashing down and you're like, whoa, the physics in it was like really good. I think 4 had a really good campaign. They didn't even put a campaign in the new one. Yeah. Battlefield 5. I don't really remember. I think that one was an alright I don't really remember. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the campaigns nowadays, I don't care. You know, it just doesn't even stick with me. But you play a lot of the like older stuff, like the old Call of Duties and the old Battlefields, and it was just like, holy shit, this is amazing. Or Far Cry. That's another really good campaign. What's the other one? Shit, I'm drawing a blank on it. There's a few of them out there, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I feel like a lot of that stuff is kind of like just died. A lot of that passion, you know? Yeah. I didn't really care for it. I didn't really care for it. But it just kind of shows you where like gaming's going. Like the storylines are just like whatever. You know what I mean? So all right. Let me get back to this. We're almost done with this video. Almost.
Drop it into our level here. We have things like this bed mesh.
We need TF3, Team Fortress 3.
Just some nice high quality props.
I want Portal 3 so bad
in your project,
but I don't think they'll ever do it. I don't think they're gonna do it. And honestly,
into your project.
They got lightning in a bottle with Portal 2. Like that was just fucking. It was the perfect people, perfect actors for the right job. But
you scroll all the way down to your vault.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna ever happen again. To be honest,
you've either claimed or you've purchased from the
the developers for that project have far moved on. You know what I mean?
Furniture.
I just don't think we'll ever get Portal 3.
See, I have the free furniture pack. I can add it to my project from this menu, okay? So that's also another way that you can add assets to your project.
Makes sense.
And the vaults will show you all the assets that you owned, whether you purchased them or if you claimed them when they were free for the month, okay? Now let's cover how to add.
I never got into Destiny. I couldn't really get into it. It was all right. I just didn't really care for it.
We're going to search for an outdated product. So I know that this
product TF is Titanfall? Yeah, I don't think I've ever played it.
Search for it as well. So if you search for military weapon and filter by free, so you see under the max price, we can click on this free.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Team Fortress. Gotcha.
See that we have these 2 different packs here, or actually 3 different packs. Yeah, if I click on this military weapons door.
Hey, Dimitri, how's it going? Welcome in.
So one of the most important things for me with anything on the 2bus is
you can see this is a game asset pack.
Oh, did you?
It has all these different weapons that we could use for, say, if we're making something like a first-person shooter game. But right now, the main thing I want to focus on is the supported engine versions. So as you can see, it's 4.4 all the way to 4.27. So we don't have any Unreal Engine 5 versions that are actually supported. Now, if I wanted to add this to my project, I could still add it even though it's not supported for that project version.
Oh, do you? The way that are you in Unity?
Doing that is I would click on this Add to Project. Right now,
Parkoil Stars, nice. Oh, is it? Wait, is this your game or is this the engine? And I'm just really dumb. Oh, okay. Maybe it's the.
Now you're gonna see that it only shows the projects that
have you messed with
so it might not even show you any projects because you might not have Unreal Engine 4 installed. Because I have Unreal Engine 4 installed, you can see these are the projects that I have for Unreal Engine 4. But to add it to our Unreal Engine 5 project, you want to click on Show All Projects, okay? That's going to show all the projects that you have. I'm going to search
It's
for
engine,
my
it's my
first
debugging class.
project.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And then we're going to see it right here. So if I actually go ahead and select it, you're going to see that we have this red message
How's everyone's
down here.
Thanksgiving
Asset
yesterday? Was it
not
good?
compatible with
Did y'all
version
eat a lot?
5.3.
I didn't have
Please
any
select
turkey.
the
I was kind of
closest
bummed out.
alternative version.
But I didn't have to
And you can
cook, so
see
I was
that
kind of
the Add to
happy.
Project button is grayed
You don't want
out.
my cooking. I can't
So what
cook.
we
I
have
don't
to do
season
is select the
anything. It's
closest
so bad.
alternative version so that we can add
You had a
it
lot
to
of
this
turkey?
project.
Oh,
So to do that, you want to
I
select
should have
the
went to
version
Denny's.
that is the
That's where I
closest
usually
to
go for
Unreal
my
Engine
Thanksgiving
5.3.
because all my friends and
In our
family live
case,
in Maine. So
4.27 is the closest version because it goes from the lowest all the way up to the highest version. So this is the closest version that we have to 5.3.
you're
Click on that,
diabetic
and then
now.
now we can actually go ahead and click
Nice.
on this Add to Project. So now if we click on that, you can see that it's downloading, installing, and adding it.
So how
to
did you
our
go about
5.3
learning
project.
Unreal,
Even
Bobby?
though the
Did you just
supported
kind of jump
versions
into it,
are
or did you
only
watch some
Unreal Engine
videos?
4.
Did you read
Okay,
some
so now if we go back
documentation?
to
What
our
was like your
project
learning
folder,
style
Go
for?
to our content
for
folder.
learning?
We should see a new folder in here for our
God, I'm so
military weapon
hungry.
dark. So we can
I gotta
double-click
start
and
eating
open that
before
up. You can see
stream.
we have a
I gotta-
couple of
I gotta-
different folders in here.
I shoulda
And we
ate.
have this weapons folder. If I double click,
Because then it's like, oh great, now I want to go eat.
we
and
have a bunch of different file types, but you can see we have all those different weapon props
Really?
that we saw from the Unreal Engine Marketplace. Okay, so that is how you
Web
can
de-
add
oh, I thought you
content
meant you went from
that
web dev
isn't
to game dev. I was like,
supported
really?
for that project. I think that is a bit of information that is useful because even though a lot of assets on the marketplace, especially free assets, haven't been updated, you can still use them in newer versions of the engine. Now that isn't to say
I just
that you
made
will
a
have some
project and
issues
made
with
it
older
given I was C++
assets. So
dev
keep
for
in
20
mind,
years.
if you
Oh
are
wow,
going to be
okay.
purchasing
Nice.
actual
Did you
marketplace
do you like
assets, I would not
Unreal's
purchase
version
an
of C++,
asset that hasn't
or do you
been
Blueprint?
updated to that Unreal Engine version, just
Because
because
I
it's
heard their
spending money
version
on
of
a
C++
product,
is
the
a little bit
person who
different.
is
It's like an
updating
API
the
or
asset
something.
pack should have it updated.
Both,
and should
okay,
keep it
nice.
maintained. Really, I only follow this rule for things like free assets, okay? So that is how you can add assets from the Unreal Engine Marketplace. Now let's talk about Quixel Bridge.
We don't do Thanksgiving. We
Quixel
had
Bridge
thanks in the
is
city
a
center
free
stopping.
asset library of over
Holy
10,000
shit,
plus
what?
assets that you can use inside of
What
Unreal
happened?
Engine. It's built directly into the engine.
Yeah,
and
right?
these are
Well, hold
very
on, what?
high quality photorealistic assets. So to access Quixel Bridge, once you go to this
This
cube
Quixel
plus
Bridge shit is
icon, you
awesome,
click this little
guys.
drop down, and we have this Quixel Bridge.
Dude, you can get
option.
so many
you
great
click on
assets
that,
from this
it'll
thing.
go
It's like
ahead and
high
open
quality,
up
and they're all
Quixel
free
Bridge.
if you have an
You
Unreal
see
account,
Windows,
which is friggin'
Firewall has
awesome.
blocks and features. I'm going to click Allow Access. And then we have the actual Quixel Bridge window right here. Okay, so you can see I can move this window around. You can even dock this window up here. So if I
Like,
take
look at
this
all the
window, I
nice
can actually
assets you
dock
can
it
get.
up at the top here. So you can see I can switch between the bridge window and also our third-person map window. Okay, so in here, this is Quixel Bridge.
I wonder where
So
the
you can see
assets
we have
sit.
search 14,543 assets. So that's the total amount of assets that are free here on Quixel Bridge.
Really?
So if you scroll through all of this, you can
I didn't know anything happened yesterday. The only thing I knew that happened yesterday, and like, oh, I don't watch the news. That's why. I avoid that like the fucking plague. Let's see. Thanksgiving parade. Let's see. Really? What was you said Dublin? Ireland. Oh, here we go. Oh no, that's not it. I don't see anything. Hold on. Oh my god, that's horrible. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, here we go. Yep. Let's see. Violent protest in Dublin after child injured with knife attack. Violent protests have erupted in Ireland's capital, Dublin, after 4 people, including 3 young children, were injured in a suspected knife attack. Crowds of protesters clashed with police in the city hours after the girl in her 30s was seriously injured. Dude, why was, I'm confused. Why were people mad at the police? Yeah, why did people riot? I'm confused. Did they not do anything? Or the police not do anything? Or it happens all the time? Yeah, yeah, but let's see. Background. The emergency services responded. Yeah, hold on. Maybe I need to watch a video and I'm a little confused. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Huh. Yeah, I'm not too... Huh, okay. Not too sure what the deal with that is. You've been stabbed twice? Holy shit. How does that happen? Oh my goodness. Damn. Oh, okay. I thought you been stabbed twice. I was like... Gotcha. Oh, gotcha, yeah. Wait, do you live in a, like a city or something, or... I can't imagine a small town. Who robbed you? Dan. Fucking A, Dan. Dan's at it again. You know those like small little towns that everyone knows each other? Yeah, it's always Dan, dude. Yeah, who robbed you? Myself. I robbed myself. Yeah, that's shitty, man. I'm sorry to hear that. That's fucked up. What? Never mind. I don't know what I would ever do in that situation. I live in England, but I'm from Eastern. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, wait. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so... Yeah. Oh, so yeah, you're not allowed to have guns there, right? Or... So you can... In order to use a gun in Europe or England, right? You have to go to a special gun range, right? I think... Like, there's no... You can't own a gun, right? Like, no citizens can own a gun. I think... But, like, if you want to shoot, you have to go to, like, a special range or something like that. Oh, you're going to Ireland? Nice. I think we have some viewers that are from Ireland. Or in that area. Dude, that's so weird because, like, here in America, like, especially in certain states, everybody owns a gun. Almost everybody. You need to have a license and psychology test, I think. Oh, okay. It's free to carry a gun in Britain. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Depends on the country. Yeah. Oh, you need a license. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah. Like, where I grew up in Maine, like, hunting's a huge thing, like deer hunting and stuff like that, and bull hunting. Or not bull. Sorry, we don't hunt bulls in Maine. Moose. There we go. Moose hunting. So yeah, like everyone's usually got like a gun case in their room. You know what I mean? Like my dad, he's got like fucking guns up the ass, like all over the place. Like his whole room's full of guns. My brother's the same way. My brother loves guns, so he's got like all the MP5, you know, all those guns and shit like that. So when I go to Maine, I love to go out. We have this huge thing of land. So usually we just go out in the back area and we just shoot. It's so fun. So fun. You have an AR-15? Nice. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a smaller AR and a longer, I can't remember the exact models of the AR. Dude, the AR is fun to shoot. Usually what I'll do is I'll set up the, like, bottles and stuff like that, and I'll go as far back as I can. I did the MP5 when I was up there. It's like the old Golden. You remember the movie 007 GoldenEye? Remember that little MP5 that he has in that movie? I think it's like in the beginning of the movie, I want to say. I shot that gun. That gun was fun. Oh, man, that thing is fun. Yeah, it's just fun. I don't hunt or anything like that. I could never get really into it. But I loved for the sport of it. You know, like setting up targets and stuff like that. Like, I love that. I love that. That's fun. Especially if you're really safe about it and stuff like that. Well, you got to be really safe about it. But, yeah, no, I had a good time. That stuff was really fun. I enjoyed that. Yeah, shooting ranges are really fun, too. We have them here in Florida, but they're, like, fucking stupid expensive. Well, not really. Okay, let me rephrase. It's not... The bullets are what cost a lot. Not the... Yeah, the ammunition costs so much money. It's ridiculous how much money ammunition costs. It's crazy. I remember when COVID hit, dude. Oh my god, dude. Ammunition was so expensive. People were buying... They couldn't even keep ammunition in stock, dude. People were buying that shit up like crazy. I was like, oof. But yeah, like I said, yeah. I have an M4A1 Airsoft. Oh, okay, cool, nice. 75 cents a round? Yeah, it's expensive. But yeah, like, I have some videos. I don't know if I don't think I have them on this drive. I might. Oh shit, no, I don't. Do I have them on this one? I was gonna see if I can find those videos. Oh, did I not save them? I might not have saved them. Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, here we go. Is this the one? This is a four-wheeler. Is this the hunt? Hold on, give me a second, guys.
Ready.
Alright, here we go. Yeah, so like this right here. Here's me. I'm short, okay? Don't make fun of me. I can't remember what gun that is. MP5, yeah, there we go. I'm like, whoa, it's an MP5. But yeah, like I said, there's a ton of videos on there. But Yeah, dude, that one's a good one. I can't find the AR one, but yeah, it's funny because the AR is so big and I'm so short, so it looks weird me holding it. You should see me. Oh, there's a video. I don't think I have it. Of me shooting a 12 gauge. Now that's entertaining to watch. My little 5'2" ass with a big ass 12 gauge. Oh, that's fun. You just see the plate go up in there and you see this little guy hold up this little gun. You didn't see any crosshair. I know, right? No, it's funny because at one point, we do this thing where you shoot and then when you hit, you walk backwards. And literally, I gotta find it. It's really cool. But all you can hear is ping. Every shot, I hit every single shot, and eventually I'm like really far back in the field there, and I'm still like, ping. Yeah, no, seriously, I'm kidding. I kid you not. Like it's funny as hell. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I can hit it, and then I hit it, and I step back, and then I hit it. I keep stepping back, and eventually I just run out of bullets. I'm like, okay, shit, maybe I'm actually a good shot. So, but nah, it's been forever. That video was like 2 years ago, maybe I think 2 or 3 years ago. Damn. But yeah, I love going to Maine because up in Maine, there's so much shit I could do outside, which is really nice. So like, I have video of me going like on a 4-wheeler and stuff like that. I love 4-wheeling. I love to ride dirt bikes too. Dirt bikes fun. I used to have a 4-stroke Yamaha Cobra. Oh, that little fucker was fun. Oh, was that thing fun? I drove that thing everywhere. Dude, I was always out in the woods, dude, because you know where we live up there. We own so much land that there's just so many paths and like trails to go through. I drove that thing all around, man. And 4-stroke dirt bike, you can get quite a bit of miles to the gallon on that thing. I'd fill that thing right up, man, and I'd just drive all day long. Then I'd come home, friggin' put more gas in it, go back right out at nighttime, grab some food, go back out riding. Oh man, I used to have a really cool like helmet. I had the whole like suit, you know what I mean? I had the boots and everything. Dude, oh man, I used to have so much fun dirt biking. I used to have so much fun. I really can't do that where I live in Florida, unfortunately. So like, that's why I really want to like move to Texas. I would love to move to Texas, go out on the trails there, and that'd be so fun. But yeah, dude, imagine the IRL streams you could do. Oh, it'd be fun. Well, it'd be kind of hard to do an IRL stream while dirt biking, unless I got some kind of mount for the helmet to hold the camera. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be actually pretty badass. Well, when I go to Maine again, I'll keep that in mind. Maybe I can get some kind of like mount or something for a helmet. That'd be pretty cool. Do IRL stream. I wonder if you could stream with a GoPro. I don't know how that would work. I wonder if there's an app on the GoPro, or if you could stream the GoPro to your cell phone somehow. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be awesome. Put a GoPro right on your shirt or something, or up on their helmet. Oh, that'd be fucking awesome. Do like dirt bike streams or whatever. That'd be so cool. Dude, yeah. I used to love doing all that stuff, but yeah. Dude, that would be fun. I always have like these cool ideas for content creation, especially for like IRL. It shit's expensive. There'd be no reading chat, you know what I mean? Because I guess you need another cell phone. Can't carry a tablet with you on a dirt bike. That'd be kind of, well, you could put it in a backpack, I guess, but it'd be a pain in the ass. But nah, I guess it's more of a video thing, but it'd still be kind of fun. But yeah, I would love to get a dirt bike again. Dude, I'd be outside all the time. Seriously. Like if I was in Maine right now and it was the summertime, we'd be doing IRL streams out in the woods. Like that would be so cool. It'd be me down in the woods, cutting trees down and then chopping them up and then stacking them for wood. I'd have a nice big old fire pit going. Shit would be fun. Here's how not to crack your fucking skull open. Dude, seriously, doing that shit's dangerous. I don't think people realize it. Like, I've had a few near hit misses back in the day. Yeah, dude, I would love to. It needs to be in the summertime, though. I'm not going back up in the winter. I'm not doing that. I don't want to do that. I have zero desire. I don't know how the cell phone service though for T-Mobile is up there. Hopefully, once Starlink merges in the data with T-Mobile, it won't matter where we go because we'll always have like pure good internet. But yeah, man, I love going to Maine. Maine's pretty. Listen, if they had better internet up there and no snow, I'd live in Maine.
For free, as long as you're using Unreal Engine. Okay. Now, what we need to do right off the bat is we should actually go ahead and sign in to Quixel Bridge. So you actually need to sign in if you want to add any of these assets to your project. Otherwise, it's not going to show them as free. So, for example, if I were to click on this mossy boulder right here,
how much is it?
You can see it wants us to sign in before we can actually do anything. So you can click on this little profile.
So anybody buying anything good today? I don't need anything. I do want a drone, but I'm not buying it.
I would just
I might buy some Kick shirts.
Epic Games account.
I got that Dream Hat coming up, so I want to get some Kick merch.
And you can claim any of the assets.
I don't know what to do. That's the hard part about multi-streaming. I'm part of so many platforms. I have no money, so yeah, I know. I really don't either. I've been putting it all on credit.
You can see I now have this download.
Maybe I shouldn't do it.
Sign in to Quixel Bridge.
Actually, Restream does have a really good deal going on for the year. Instead of paying the $15 per month, I could just pay for their pro package. Like I think it's $100 and something for the year.
A new free
I should probably get that.
Whenever they update.
I don't know. What's your guys' thought on the multi-stream thing? Do you think it makes it? It makes it fun because it's really good to be able to like spread out. You know what I mean? Because, like, right now, as we speak, I'm on Twitch, Kick, YouTube Live, Rumble, and LiveSpace. Those are the 5. I get 5 sources that I can stream to. So it's good that I'm able to, like... I do get all platforms right now. I have the standard package, which is perfect for what I need. So it gives me 5 sources. Yeah, here, let me show you. But if I upgrade, I would get 8 sources. And I could use their studio at 1080p, which I have no use for their studio, because I don't do interviews or anything like that. It'd be good if I was podcasting or vodcasting. Let's see, video storage team. Yeah, so right here. So I'm on this package right now. I don't pay that per month. I pay $15. I got a little promotion with them right now, so I don't even pay the standard $19. That will go away in December though. I'll be paying. But if I was to upgrade to professional, I would get 8 channels instead of 5. I'm locked into 5 right now. I get 8 channels, store 10 files. Don't care about that. I don't need this. I really don't need this either. Actually, this might come in handy. And then this wouldn't need it. Team seats, don't need it. Video looping, don't need it. A lot of these features are really geared towards their studio. Their studio is really good if you're doing like interviews, podcast or vodcasting, stuff like that. Then they have the premium, which goes up to 15, which that would be way too much, and that would be way too expensive. So right now I could get my current package at $114. Or I could get this right here, which would be close to $300. But I think the normal price for this is $50 a month. 50 times 12 is like... Oh, I'm so bad at math. What is it? I think it's 50 times 12. Yeah, it's like $600. That's actually a really good deal then. Yeah, no. It really is, yeah. It really is. Even if I went with this one, I mean, this one would save me literally $5, give or take. Now, the advantage of going with this one is it would open up additional streams. But, dude, I don't know if I can handle anymore. Like, 5 sources right now is already enough. You know what I mean? There's really nowhere else to stream to. Yeah, no, I don't want to go to Trovo. I've already tried that, man. No one, yeah. I don't like Trovo. Dude, Trovo's interface, I don't know. This is, if you guys don't know what Trovo is, this is Trovo. You know what I mean? it's just it's so bloated. You know what I mean? It's just so bloated. I feel like Tencent like threw up Trovo and then was like, yeah, fuck it, we're done. I feel like they stopped even doing anything with it. Yeah, I really do. Their UI hasn't been changed in a long minute. I mean, like, dude, Battlegrounds on here is really popular. Grand Theft Auto is really popular. Anything mobile, Trovo's pretty big on. Chill. I don't know what chill is. Chit chat is like just chatting. What I'm doing right now. Yeah, there's really no point of doing Trovo. I don't know, Twitter, I guess, but that's still being worked on. I don't have access to TikTok, because you need 1,000 followers for that. But even then, like, who's gonna watch coding or game dev on TikTok? No one. You know what I mean? There'd be Instagram, there'd be Facebook. Oh God, there's just really no reason for this. So, and I'm still trying to debate the whole multi-stream thing. I really am. It would probably make more sense to just choose one platform and stick with it. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I've been just... But again, the benefit of the multi-stream is, like, I've met people over at Livestream. I've met a ton of people over at Rumble, which is really good. And then Kick, you know what I mean? And then Twitch, obviously. So, I don't know. It's tough. It really is, you know? Do you stay doing it, or do you just go, okay, maybe choose one platform and just dedicate right to it, you know? The benefit of... The thing with Twitch is I've been with Twitch for so long. I've obviously built up my channel. The benefit of going with Kick is it's more... They don't... Okay, so the downfall of Kick is they don't have a public API yet, which isn't, like, the biggest deal. Their site's a little glitchy still. But they got your subs actually count over there big time, you know what I mean? But there's no ads over there, which is really good. Over at Twitch, I feel like every time I try to talk to you all, there's a fucking ad popping up. You know what I mean? It's very intrusive, Twitch's ad system. I don't know. You would focus on one platform? Really? Okay. If I went that route, yeah. God, it would make IRL streaming so much more easier too. Because like right now, I have to literally carry around a tablet, and I'm just like, oh, okay. But I don't know. I do like the multi-streaming. It is nice. I will admit, it is cool. Because like I've met so many cool people all over these platforms. That is the nice part about it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm still trying to weigh out the. But if I went with one, like if I went with. If I was to do one, it would probably be Kick. I'm not gonna lie. I would say, hey guys, I'm done with the Twitch stuff. I'm moving over to Kick. It would be cool because I could actually have like really cool like on-screen stuff. So when you guys subscribe and stuff like that, it actually has like a cool hype train and stuff like that show up. And like there's a lot of cool things that you could have show up with Kick tools. Yeah, let me show you. This guy like has been working like crazy on these. So this is a site that everyone uses for Kick streaming. You can, like, the hype train thing is so cool. This thing is awesome. When you guys, like, sub and stuff like that, it goes choo-choo, and then, like, this cool bar appears out of nowhere, and, like, dude, it's awesome. But he's got, like, so many awesome tools, but it's pretty much designed for Kick. There's a few things in here for Twitch, but not much.
New follower.
Hey, thank you for the follow engine. Appreciate it. So, but here's the thing too. Over at Twitch, we have a very nice built community in the software and development thing. Like, I mean, look at how many channels are live over here for coding and game dev. You know what I mean? Like, look at all of it. There's just so many people over here. There's people I don't even know over here. All right, I know of him. I know of them. Okay, maybe I do know a few people. But, like, you know, there's a lot of names on here I don't even know. Actually, oh, I know Tim. I haven't watched these streams in forever. You know what I mean? And here, I'll show you the Kick. I'll show you Kicks. There we go. See the difference? Granted, Kicks is still a brand new platform, guys, so I get it. Yeah. So like I said, I think it's cool. Yeah, I think it's cool to do the multi-stream thing. It would make life so much easier if I just chose one and stick with it. It really would be. But I do like the idea. And then there's Live Space, you know. Live Space is freaking brand new right out of the box as well, you know. Like, this is Live Space right now. I think we're under creative. Yeah. Okay, I'm the only one here. Creative. It's very small. It's very new. But you know what I mean? They got a cool social feed thing over here, which is really cool. You know what I mean? So, there's that platform. There's Rumble. You know, Rumble's brand new. I would say if I had to drop one, I would drop YouTube Live. YouTube Live is no. Running a streaming site is such a money pit. Oh, for sure. Oh my god, the cost. Now the cool thing about YouTube Live is the encoding is awesome. Like, dude, you can stream at like 4K. Not that I would ever need to stream at 4K, but yeah, I don't know, guys. I've been thinking it over, but I gotta make a decision soon because if I'm gonna do this, I should jump on that Black Friday deal for Restream. Cause, dude, that would open up. Having that pro package would be really cool because that would open up additional places to stream to, like Twitter. I'm very curious to see what Twitter's gonna be like, and yes, Trovo too. Maybe we don't give up on Trovo. Maybe we still... But that would be a lot of work, like, streaming. Like, that's... Yesterday, when It's Miss Legit came in and brought our community in here, so the chat was fucking flying over at Kick, right? Fuck Twitter. Hey, you're just salty because they banned your account, okay? How you doing today, Mad Dog? What was I gonna say? Fuck. Oh, Mad Dog. Last night, I was sitting in the living room with my roommate, and I kept looking over at him. I'm like, "Hey, bro, when are you gonna buy Call of Duty?" I kept bugging the shit out of him. So last night, I was like, "Dude, what do you want for Christmas and your birthday?" Because they're both like near the same time period. Because I don't know. So I like literally came up to the room. I pulled out my laptop, and I'm like, "PlayStation 5 gift card. All right, buy it." So he bought it last night. So it's installed on his console now. So we now have another player for Call of Duty. Yep. I was like, there you go. There's your Christmas present. So I'm keeping it cheap this year. Last year I went all... Dude, every year I keep going all out on... That's the thing with me. When I gift people, I like go a little overboard. Like, 3-man Zombos. Yes. The year before, I bought him a really cool steak cooker. This was really nice. The year before that, I bought him the entire license for FL Studio with all the plugins and everything. Oh, dude. I was like, here, let's go. I love that stuff, man. But yeah, no, I don't know. This year I wanted to keep it a little simple, so. Time is it? 9:40. It's only 9:41. Damn. Hell yeah. Let's go. We gotta get the gym today. Push day. Today's a push day. I think we'll go tonight, probably like 5 or something like that. That'll allow me to like stream quite a bit. But I'm fucking starving. Maybe. How much longer is this video? I still got like another hour left. Although most of the video is just going over stuff. I have to get back to work or my benefit start kicking in so I can get money finally. Yeah, when do you go back? No clue? Oh shit. Hopefully soon, dude. So, let's see. Wait, do they not have workers' comp? Isn't that a thing? Like if you get hurt at work or something like that, you still get it's not like your full paycheck, but you get like a cut of it or something like that. Like short-term disability, right? Or something like that. Or it wasn't work-related, so... Oh, gotcha. Oh, yeah, dude, of course. That's how it always works. That's how it always works. Dude, I'm getting so many Black Friday emails right now. Dude, did you hear you can get a fucking PlayStation for like $349 right now at Target? Let's go. I would never... Dude, there's no reason for me to ever own a console. There's no reason. I have a fucking insane gaming computer. It would be a waste of money. It would just sit in the corner and collect dust. And I like Spider-Man and all, but I don't need... 6 weeks without any income? Oh, fuck that, dude. I'd be like, listen, motherfuckers. Let's go. But that's fucking scary, dude. That's why I don't full-time stream. I've thought... You have no clue, guys, how much I would love to sit here and go, you know what? Let's fucking do it. Starting Monday, full-time. Let's go. Let's go. Here's what the hours are going to be. I'm going to be here from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Or from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. But... it's scary because there's no guarantee, you know what I mean? And I could honestly sit here. I'm sure for the first week it wouldn't be too bad, but then as you start watching those bills continuing to come in, and then you have like a certain amount of money in that account, and all of a sudden you twice a month you start watching that income go do, and then eventually you're like You know what's fucked up, dude? You probably get some people to pay for that. I feel like there's an audience for everybody. I'm sure there's some people that are into my kind of thing, like my look, like short dudes that are like 5'2.5" that are kind of bulked up. I'm sure there's people that would pay for that. Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm sure there's an audience for it. Would not fucking surprise me. Would not surprise me. I bet there is something for everybody. Oh, God. I'm gonna get a bikini and a tub. Dude, get one of those fucking blow up tubs. You know what I'm talking about? Those little blow up pools. Starting OnlyFans. Oh, God. But no, I mean, I've legit thought about it. I'm like, how cool would it be to just go full time? It's because the shit I could learn every day. Just dedicated streaming would be so cool. But it's too risky. It would be so risky. Oh my God, dude. I would just watch my savings start going. And then about 4 months into it, if I didn't have any income coming in, then I would start to panic. That would cause a lot of panic. And then about the 5th month, depression would probably start to kick in. And then month 6 would be... I'd be applying... actually, probably month 5, I'd start applying around for any job I could get. I don't care if it'd be at McDonald's at that point. Yeah, it's scary to think. I've thought about it, but I just got this, like... I don't think I'm ready yet. If you see my Twitch account streaming in a hot tub category, you know times are getting rough, right? No, I've really thought about it. I think I calculated it out that I roughly need to bring in, at my current level, I think I need to bring in $4,500 a month, I think. So, based on, I think, I want to say it's around, no, maybe I wouldn't need, no, I mean... Yeah, I think it's around $4,500 I would need total. That would cover car payment, rent, food, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I think it's around 4,500 I need to bring in, or close to that, like 43 to 45. Yeah, around there. That's what I need to bring in. Yeah. Roughly. That's a rough estimate. I'm pretty sure it's around there. Yeah. Because, yeah, there's rent, cell phone, car, food. Food's the biggest one. Food is the biggest one. Food's so fucking expensive right now. And gas. Those are like the 5 big things. Yeah, food takes all my money too. My grocery bill is roughly between $230 to $250 a week, give or take, around there, which fucking boggles my mind. Dude, I remember years ago I was buying like groceries for $80 a week, and I was like, oh shit, $80, woo! Now I'm paying like $220, and I'm like, yeah, it's the norm. Slide the credit card. It's fucking nuts, dude. I think realistically, based on what I have right now, I could get away with, like, say I said Monday I'm starting, I could get away with, let's just say 43 to be on the safe side. I could roughly get away with 4 months worth of full-time streaming before I'd be fucked. Then I'd be in a bad spot. I could get away with 4 months before panic mode would set in, give or take. Maybe 5 months. Yeah. Really? 2,500? Damn, dude, where are you living? I need to move where you're living. Yeah, because I think when I calculate everything out, it's about that. Yeah, it's about 4,500. Yeah, give or take. Yeah, because my car is like $550 a month, which is nuts. So it's like 9. I can't remember exactly how much it is per. What is it? I think it's 9 plus 560 plus. Well, my car and my rent take up already a good cut of my income, unfortunately. And then let's see. I'm just gonna say an average 230 times 4. That's 920, so let's add that in there, 920. That's 2,380, and then I think gas is what, 55 times 4. That's about another 220 plus 220. Then my cell phone bill is 88. What else do I pay for? Oh yeah, and then there's 65 plus 35 plus 35 plus. I feel like I'm leaving out something. I know I'm leaving out something. Okay, so realistically, I would say 3. Sorry, around 3. Yeah, I might have been off on that. I don't know where 4,500 came from. Yeah, so it'd probably be around 3. Yeah, 3 at minimum. So if I did my current divided by dummy. Yeah, I could get away with doing 6 months before I would panic. Yeah. I must be leaving out something. Where the fuck did I come up with that number from? Am I leaving out something? I might be leaving out something, but yeah, so roughly 3, I would say. But still, yeah, so I'd get about a half a year before I could go full time, and then panic would have to set in. I mean, I'd still work at the gym, but that doesn't bring in many hours, so that's only like $100 every like 2 weeks, so that's, yeah. It'd be fun, but let's be honest, it'd be so risky. Oh my God. But it'd be kind of fun to try. I'm not going to lie. It would be an adventure. It would be like, because you know how, and you know, it's funny because I was actually watching, I was fucking around the other day. I was doing spreadsheets at work, and I had Kick up, and I was watching Amaranth stream. She was streaming on there. And I was like, I never go and see her stream. So I was like, fuck it, I'll go in there and see what she's doing. She was talking to somebody because she does these therapy sessions. I mean, they actually work. These therapy sessions with a lot of her viewers. So they'll go in Discord and she'll talk to them. And it was funny because one of the things she said really actually hit. She was like, why? she goes, there's so many people that just don't do the things that they love to do, and they're miserable every day, and they're just doing the same things over and over and over, and they're afraid to change. And I go, holy fuck. Damn. Like, that was well said. She's a very smart woman. Whatever your thoughts on Amaranth is, or Caitlyn or whatever, she's a very intelligent woman. She knows what she's very intelligent, and she's very smart when it comes to business. Yeah, no, she just said some stuff, and I was like, fuck, man, that makes so much sense. Holy shit. And you just listen to that, and you're like, wow, that's a great point. Let's admit it, a lot of us are stuck in that kind of like, what do you call it? Like a fucking hamster wheel. We wake up, we do this, we do that. We wake up, we do this, we do that. We wake up, we go. It's the same shit every fucking day. Next thing you know, you're 65 years old. You're like, what the fuck happened in my life? I never traveled. I never did this. I never did. And you just live with so much regret because of things you never did. You know what I mean? And I'm like, fuck, man. I mean, right. That is true. No, that's a fair point. But sometimes you do need to take that risk, you know what I mean? You just gotta sit there and go, okay, can I do this? You know what I mean? So, yeah. Well, I mean, she has like other stuff that she owns a gas station, you know? I didn't know that either. I was like, holy shit. I think she owns like horses and stuff like that also bring in additional money and stuff like that. I'm just like, she does like other stuff. But like, yeah, dude, it's like, but I've heard, not even just from her, I've heard that from other successful people too that I watch, where they're like, yeah, you just got to go out and do what you got to do it. You know what I mean? Like, you just can't fucking, sit there and, like, if you're ever going to want to change in your life, you got to actually do it. And it makes sense. It's just so scary. You know, it really is. Like, man, would I love to say, hey guys, in 2 weeks we're going full? I would love to, but that's scary. That's super. Plus, there goes the medical benefits. You know what I mean? So it's just like, then you got to deal with, like, I don't know, man. But it makes sense to, sometimes you got to risk it, you know? Sometimes you just got to risk it. You know, that's where I think I love this new thing that, okay, so this is another thing cool about Kick. We'll get back to this in a second, guys, I promise. Kick now has this streamer incentive program. I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but phase 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Is there a phase 4? Sorry. Phase 1, 2, and 3 have already been put in effect. These are a group of streamers that Kick pays hourly now. So they're given, I think it's a max of 100 hours per month, and they're paid an hourly rate. So every time they stream, they're paid for it. That right there is amazing that Kick's doing that. That now, again, that's not for everybody, unfortunately. But that right there would be cool. Now, if that was a thing, and it was like, even if it was like a base minimum wage amount, that would be super helpful, because that slows down the hemorrhaging of a bank account when you're going full-time into content creation. Because it might not be like a lot, but it's something. Hey, Miss Queen, how's it going? How's it going? See, like, this is a great example. Miss Queen just came in this stream. If I was only on one platform right now, I would have never known who they were. You know what I mean? But because of the multi-streaming, I'm able to see that they're over at live.space. You know what I mean? And I'm able to interact with them while talking to you guys on Twitch, while talking to people over at Kick. You know what I mean? So that's what I love about the multi-streaming thing. But that's cool that Kick's doing that. They're the only people that do that right now. That's freaking awesome. I think Rumble's doing something like that now too, but it's like, I don't think, it's not the same program, but it's a little bit different. But Kick's changing that by adding that stuff in there. That is insane. Yeah, but we can't interact with them though. That's the only issue with our end. The reason you can't is because Twitch does not want chat on my screen from other platforms. That's a Twitch problem. I could easily get you guys interacting with each other on chat. I did it before months ago. Remember when I had everything going? I had the chat on screen. I had people over at Kick talking to people on Twitch using the chat. It was fucking awesome. You know what I mean? But Twitch is like, no, you can't do that because God forbid anyone knows you're on some. At least they finally allowed multi-streaming. Allowed. That's funny. It's just crazy. I swear I get way more ads on your Twitch than anyone else. Bro, it's bad. It's so bad. That's what I'm talking about. Every time I try to go into a deep convo on Twitch, a fucking intrusive ad pops up. It's so bad. Dude, I get the pre-rolls. Okay. No, actually, I don't like pre-rolls either. But I get you need ads to pay for the platform. I'm totally for it. But Jesus, chill on the ads, Twitch. Or at least give some ads that are like, that makes sense. I don't know. But, Alabi, thank you for the, did they follow? Or they commented? See, like, I just got interaction over at Rumble. That's what I'm talking about. I met some cool people last night on Rumble and the day before, you know? That's what I love about the multi-streaming stuff, guys. It's such a great way to get out there. Granted, if you choose one platform to stream on, yes, it makes life so much easier for me. But I love the idea of being able to stream to everybody. That's the cool thing, you know? But I don't know, guys. Like I said, I don't know. I just got to keep grinding, and eventually we'll get to that point where we can take that risk, where it's like, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's set a goal for 3 months. You know what I mean? Let's say in 3 months, if nothing happens, it's time to go back to McDonald's. I mean, it's time to go to McDonald's. Actually, I'd probably get a job back at HubSpot. They liked me. I liked them. But, yeah. I just don't want to do freelance web design. I just don't want to do that. So, anyways, Miss Queen over at LiveSpace, how's your day going? All right. I think... So, the video we're watching is really good, but it's just going literally over the editor and stuff I already know. I need a job like yours where you can sit at home and answer chats, etc. Dude, no. Listen, don't get me wrong. I love Slipstream, and my job's it's fucking really chill. No. I'd rather be doing something that's more, I don't know how to explain it. I'd rather be in an office. I'll be very frank with you. I'd rather be working with people. I'd rather be fucking brainstorming up ideas with people, collaborating with people at an office. I do not. I like it. I like remote because it gives you so much, whatchamacallit, it gives you a lot of options and whatever. You know, you can move wherever you want, you live wherever you want. I miss working in an office. I really do. Oh, God. And I never got to work as a dev in an office, really. But being able to, like, do development at an actual office with people would be so cool. You know, I would love that, man. Just turn my chair around and go, hey, Bob, I got this question. Can you come look at my code? Or Bob goes, hey, Seek, come over here. You know, like, that's so cool. Or, hey, let's go to the 4th floor for a meeting, you know? Fucking Zoom. I hate Zoom. I just feel like remote, you don't feel as connected with people. You know what I mean? Exactly. We need to talk. Yeah, the manager, come to my office, Seek. We're gonna have a talk about your shit code. I feel like remote doesn't even like when I was at the office, I had a really close connection with my coworkers. I did. Like one of my coworkers, Erica, I knew her so well. You know, we used to go to Zumba after work together. We used to go to the gym, and you know, I knew them extremely well. And I feel like with remote, you don't get that same connection as you do with people at an actual office. You just don't. Can you? Maybe. But I just feel like it's not there. You don't feel as connected as a remote employee. Like when I worked at HubSpot, yeah, it was cool, but I didn't feel as connected as I would have if I worked at the Boston office. Like had I worked at the headquarters, I'm sure it would have been a totally different experience. First off, I would have had a cool little desk. Although, when I worked in corporate years ago, I I felt so bad. I went out and bought this fucking Corsair keyboard for my desk, and it was a clicky. Oh, that pissed off a lot of people. Oh, that pissed. Excuse me, your keyboard's a little too. I mean, it was fucking loud. All you heard was click. It was so bad. I felt so bad. That was the biggest asshole move to do. This Corsair keyboard was awesome, but it fucking clicked. I mean, when you would click, you heard every fucking click. And it wasn't like a nice soft click. It was like a click, 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 click. Like, it was the loudest fucking click. When I would start like coding really fastly, I just looked over and people would give me the fucking stink eye. Like, you motherfucker. Like, it was bad. In fact, at one point, yeah, taking notes was really bad. At one point, my manager was like, "Hey, can you hook up the another keyboard, please?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll bring this home." So I literally unplugged it and I just used it as a desk ornament, basically. And then I just went out and got like a really nice one of those, like, what was it, like a Microsoft or a Logitech keyboard. I just got one of those. I felt so bad. I would start coding, or I would write like emails and stuff like that, and you could hear every click. Every click. It was so loud. Well, I couldn't hear it because I was listening to music. You know what I mean? I would just jam out and listen to music while I coded and stuff like that, or wrote emails, and everyone could hear it. And I had noise cancellation headphones, so I really didn't hear it. And bash enter. Yeah, I felt bad. I really did. Even the video editors in the next room were like, "Dude, is that you out there on your keyboard?" I'm like, "Yeah, you can hear that." They're like, "Yeah, dude, even with the door closed, we can still hear." I was like, "I'm sorry. I'll go get another keyboard." I felt bad. But like, I loved working in an office. I was also part of the events committee at our company. So I like helped plan events for like company parties and stuff like that, which is fucking awesome. Like, I love doing stuff like that. I miss that stuff, you know? I missed all that. Like, I do. I really miss all that stuff. So, like you said, the remote thing's cool, but I'd rather work at an office. I really would. Or, like, I think a hybrid role is the way to go. Like, if you're able to come into the office, like, maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or maybe, like, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then you can stay home Thursday and Friday. Or you just go to work, like, Monday through Thursday, and then you take Fridays at home, and you work at home. Or, you get what I'm saying? Like, that would be really ideal. That would be cool. That way you're not like, "Oh, great, I got to go into the office." Or maybe there's a policy of like, "Hey, if you don't feel like coming in, just stay home." You know what I mean? But at least you have an option. I think that would be really cool. Unfortunately, like, my company, which I could do if I lived up in Connecticut, but Slipstream's in Connecticut. I'm all the way down here in Florida. So, but if I lived in Connecticut, I could do that. But I've looked at the rent where the office is located. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to work up there. It's too expensive. It's very expensive up there. I think they're in like Westport. It's like one of the most expensive cities up there to live in. It was like $2,000 something a month for rent up there for a 1-bedroom. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. But it would be cool. And it snows up there, and I'm trying to stay away from that life. So, let's move my chair over. I definitely need to work on that snapping grid. All right, guys. I need a game. What are we making? What are we making? I want to do I think what we should build out is... I need something very simple to get started with that I can work with lighting. All right, have a good one, Dimitri. You have a good night or day. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. But, yeah. Like I said, I don't know. Tell you what I'm gonna do, guys. I don't want to end stream, but I need to eat. I'm fucking starving. I'm not gonna end stream though. Can you guys give me like 10 minutes? Or maybe not even that. I just gotta eat an apple or something. I'm starving and I don't want to end stream because then I'm gonna have to restart stream. So yeah, give me like 10 minutes and then let's just I think the best thing to do is just jump in. I don't think watching videos is really going to get us too far. Like, yeah, it's helpful. Yesterday's video was really good. Today's video is more of a recap from yesterday, just by a different creator. Although I will say the video today was really good on the deep dive of things. But I think what we could do is just kind of jump in. And if we need to learn something, I guess we'll just have to do some documentation. Or we could use ChatGPT. Yay. And since we're blueprinting, we don't need to worry about coding, so... Yay! All right, but give me like 5 minutes. I'll be right back, and then I think I got an idea. I think we'll do a game based on a tutorial I once did where you're a ball. Or we could bring in an asset of a human. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So much better. I really need some food. I just ate an apple. Oh, I was so hungry. I was just sitting here, my stomach's like, I'm like, okay. And I didn't want to end stream just to go eat an apple, so I was like, eh. But I'm weird. I can't eat on stream. I feel awkward just eating. I don't know how people do that. I see people have like full meals on stream. I'm like, no. I don't know about you guys, but even if I go like out to dinner with somebody, I always feel weird eating in front of them. I don't know. Maybe it's from eating alone all the years. And then all of a sudden, then you start eating in front of people. You're like, oh, this is kind of different. Or maybe I'm just odd. We'll go with that one. It's probably the latter. All right. Let's see. Thank you for the follow, Miss Queen. Appreciate it. All right. Here we go. Oh, well, I didn't mind. I just wanted to go back to the... Blank is an NT project with no code. Alright, I need a game idea, guys. I see something really, really, really basic. Hold on. Watch. It's not a bad idea. Hold on. Bear with me for a minute, guys. Ooh, that looks really good. Okay, cool. Let's see. Okay. So many junk emails. Gotta love them. Give me a second, guys. I gotta do something for work really quickly. I'm a dedicated employee, okay? Give me a second. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. Just bear with me for a minute. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna need like a few minutes. Whoa, 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 chill. Sorry, guys. I'm just doing something for work. Hey, does anyone know when Grok comes out? The X's AI. Or is it already out? Oh, wait. Is it already out? Oh, right here. Grok was released on November 4th to a select group of testers, but Musk announced and he posted that all X Premium Plus subscribers would gain access to Gross in the future. Yeah, when? Yeah. If I knew I was going to get guaranteed access for it, I totally would subscribe. That'd be worth it. But all right, guys, give me just a second. Almost done, guys. Wait. Sorry, it's just like this important, so just gotta get this done. Oh, really? Hell yeah. Damn it. Almost done. Give me just a second. All right. Okay, cool. Whew. All right, perfect. Sorry about that. All right. We had a issue. I had to take care of it at work. See? Dedicated. ArtStation and Sketchfab too? Oh, really? Are those good? Oh. Oh, man. I'm still hungry. God, an apple doesn't do it. I gotta start eating before I stream. I gotta. It's frustrating. All right. Did you notice like ChatGPT 3.5 is quick with its answers versus 4? 4, I felt like it just took forever to write out stuff, but with 3.5, it just, you know what I mean? Maybe it's the way the learning model writes back. I don't know. Oh, really? Oh, okay. I didn't know if you had used them before. Oh, wow. Damn, that one dude cost $20. Holy shit. That's 50% off. Oof. I'm sure these are really good, but like if you can get that one thing for free and just use that for the time being, that's always nice. Or just make your own stuff. If you can. Let's see. How'd that work? I think I've heard of that before. What's that do again? That sounds familiar. I swear I've heard of that before. What's that do? It's a 3D modeling thing, right? I think. Or something like that. It's a 3D thing that has some nice stuff you can plaster to your meshes and whatnot. Okay. I know it sounded familiar. I just couldn't think of it. It's like I know I've heard of it before. All right, sorry about that. I don't even know what it fully is capable of, but seems like really nice. Create nice textures and details. Yeah, I've heard of it. It's been a hot minute since I've seen it. But I definitely know what you're talking about for sure. So I'm just trying to figure out how this game's gonna work. I don't want to do anything with assets. I want a blank. Yeah, Blender is going to be the key right there. I got to download that. Speaking of Blender. Oh my goodness. Oh God, I hate sitting down sometimes. Ugh. I do like that idea. Oh no. Zarek, how's it going? Welcome in. Ooh, shit, didn't want to do that. Okay, so what if we did? Actually, I don't want lights in it yet. I want to do my own lighting. So I don't want to add like a sky environment just yet. I'm trying to think how I need a cylinder. You know what I mean? Shit. How do I gotta do it with the modeling tools, or can I do it? Classes, cylinder volumes. Actually, this might work. When I rotate it. Actually, this might work. I mean, sort of. Well, I meant more of like a block, but oh, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. I'm looking for a cube, but with yeah, so I want a cube with that's kind of smushed down, if that makes sense. Here, bring this over. Oh, here we go. Pipe. Hold on. Actually, I should be able to do it. Yeah, this will work. Or, sorry, not meshes, material. What is it again? Is it M underscore, right? That's the naming convention that you want to go with, right? How you? Okay, and then we want. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna dock this. I already know I'm gonna want to dock this. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Okay. So the ball. So for the ball, what color should we go with? Probably just keep it pretty simple with white. Makes sense. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll go. No, that's not it. Isn't there a thing for color? What am I not understanding? Oh boy. That's why you need to follow tutorial. Okay. How to change color of a mesh. Oh, color param. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Don't know what it's called. Hold down 3 or 4. I mean, when you pull that out. Oh, okay. Look pretty identical. All right, I don't think it matters. This one's fine. I remember this one. All right, so we'll do that, and then we'll do a little bit of metallic. You mean like that, or what do you mean? If you open the window, if you open it and set your color, you can then drag on top of that window and it will save the color. What do you mean? Sorry, what do you mean? I did select the color already. Drag to the new white color? Like that? Sorry, I don't really get it. But it's already white. Where it says drag and drop colors here to save. Okay, yeah. Sorry. Gotcha. Okay, cool. I was a little confused. I was like, well, what are you talking about? I didn't see that. Sorry. Okay, cool. I was a little confused. I was like, what? All right, cool. Thanks. We don't need that right now. Let's just keep it simple. Let's not go fucking nutty. All right. So it's done. No, it's fine. It's fine. Sphere. M_ball. Okay. Cube. Let's see. Start off with like an off-white or something like that. Yeah, like something like that, or maybe like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That works. Yeah, there we go. Save. Okay, then we go back here. Cube. M_. Isn't that what I call it? Or am I dumb? Well, don't answer that. Yeah, platform. What? M_platform. Why isn't it being found? I did save it. See? It's odd. I'm not sure why it's not showing up. Weird. Oh, you mean the... Shit. Oh, is this the map? Oh, okay. So we're gonna want... Well, this would go under here, right? So it'd be... Maps. Yep. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, that actually, that's a bad color. It almost matches default. Man. There we go. That's better. Oh, man. Hold on, guys. What in the hell? Hold on, guys. Sorry, I'm still... Where the fuck? Why can't I find this? Oh, there we go. Sure. Oh, man. God, it's not even noon yet? Really? Damn. That's what I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm just doing something for work. Dedicated employee. Alright, so that's... Alright, so let's see if we can get that to work now. Cube. M_plat. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on. What the... Why is it not showing up? None of my stuff is working. It's like not even showing up like it doesn't exist. That doesn't make any sense. It's clearly right there. Material, M_platform. So what's the malfunction here? M_plat. See? It's not even showing up. That doesn't even make any sense. What? No. Fuck, dude. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me double click in here. Okay, and then we go to material, and then I look it up here. M_ball, right? Yes, okay, cool. Alright, I hit save. So that will affect any time that I do anything, right? Okay, so that's done. Why didn't it affect that, though? But if... Okay, so then I put it here. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Bruh. No. Oh my god, why won't this... Ball. There we go. Okay, cool. Oh, it doesn't rename it up here. Oh, I thought it did. You know what? Here, let me just go in here really quickly and make edits. Okay, that looks good, good, good. Okay, perfect. All right, that's done. Here, let me delete that really quickly. And then... Okay, so we want meshes, right? You said? So is material different from a mesh, right? Hey, Pseudo, how's it going? No. Yeah, isn't this material? Or was I clicking on the wrong thing? Okay, there it is. Okay, yeah, I see it. Okay, perfect. Okay, good. Nice. Okay. Now we're rocking. All right, perfect. Jesus. Hold on, guys. Oh, man. Hold on, guys. Okay. Cool. All right, give me a second. Anyways, sorry guys. Let's see here. This is your default material now. Gotcha. Okay, cool. What are you trying to do? Oh yeah, I'm just trying to make some material stuff. So would it make sense to nah, it's fine. Okay, it's only one object on the page. I'm not gonna worry about it. All right, perfect. So what we'll do is we'll take this and we're gonna stretch it out, and then I'm gonna need to bring it down. Actually, we're gonna need some lighting in here. Fuck. All right, let me add some environmental lighting really quickly. Where's that located? That is under basic lights, cinematic, visual, volumes. Oh, where is it located? I can't remember. No, it's under tools. Where's the... I'm confused. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right. What is it? Material instances? I don't know what that is. Hold on, guys. Can you give me a minute? I just gotta do. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done this. I gotta remember that vacation stuff is. I gotta figure out a work-life balance in my life. I'm sorry. I just gotta. The problem is, it's the questions coming in via Portuguese, and I don't know, so I gotta like translate everything. So it takes me a bit. My bad. But I do want to answer these questions. I need more coffee in my life. I can't wait to hit the gym today, guys. It's gonna be fun. We're going to have a fun stream at the gym. So what I'm thinking about doing is, I've never heard of this material instances. I don't know what that is. Excuse me. I can't remember how to do lighting either. I feel like I forgot so much already. That's where the tutorial videos come in handy. You can just follow along. But then again, then you're reliant on those tutorial videos. I can't remember where it's under. Is it under tools? There's like a thingy, and then you choose what lighting you want. Maybe it would have been better to start with if you jump to one of your materials and right click, it's an option to create an instance of it. Right here. Oh, right here. What does that do? Creates a perimeter material using the material as a base. Isn't it technically the base? Oh, do you mean for everything? Or can you explain what that means? Hold on. Give me a minute, guys. My bad. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's see here. Yeah, so what would be the benefit of I guess I really don't really understand. What's the benefit of going with the thing? Hey Ramen, how's it going? I don't do follow for follow. I'll check out your channel, and if it's good, yeah. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's definitely not a good way to grow your follower base, though. Then you just have random people following you for no reason that have zero interest in your content. Now, if you grow organically, that's completely different. That's good right there. So you can have many parameters in your material and then change them in your material instance. Then use one material and 3 material instances in place of 3 materials. One material plus a different rather than just needing to send 3 different. Maybe I'm not getting it yet. Hold on, give me just a second, Sudo. Let me finish with this really quickly, and then I will jump into this. Hold on, let me reread this again. So you can have parameters in your material and then change them in your material instance. Oh, well, wait a minute. Okay, quick question. So right now, the way I have it, if I change this color to, let's say, red, is that not going to alter the current ball? Or will it? Maybe that's what you're talking about. Oh, no, it should. Okay, so what would be the... Yeah, maybe I'm just not understanding the point of it. I apologize. I'm trying to understand what you're trying to tell me. But, yeah, maybe that's where I'm a little confused. So right now, you're sending 3 full materials to your GPU. Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, 2 because you only have 2 on the screen, right? Yep, okay. I'm with you there. You haven't lost me yet. I'm with you there. With material instinct, you can send 1 and just the color data. Oh, so it only sends the stuff that's used in the material versus the entire thing itself. Is that what you mean? When you convert it to an instance? So it doesn't send as much like resources? Is that what you mean? Again, sorry if I'm like not getting it. I mean, I guess we could test that out. We should probably change the color of the... No, it sends the base and then updates the perimeter. Okay. So just name this... Should I name it like... M_ball inst? Like that? And then do I just like delete the original? Is that what you mean? You need the original? Oh, so you're saying to make an inst of every single thing? Oh, okay. Like that, right? And then replace that with this. Okay. For right now. Okay, cool. Let me make a new folder really quickly. Let me call this player objects. Oh, you can't put spaces in? Oh, yeah, you can't. All right, so I'm gonna put these 4 things in here since these are player objects. And then, okay, cool. Sick. All right, and then since these are player objects, set color, new color. I'll probably put them in. Probably just put the folder as a white folder. All right, and then these are gonna be world objects. World objects. Okay, I'll put that in here, and then materials. World objects, and then we'll set that color to maybe like a blue for world. World peace. There we go. That makes sense. There. Okay, cool, cool. So this should have the inst on there now. Creating and editing standard materials in Unreal Engine can be a time-consuming process to help speed up the streamlined material creation workflow. Unreal Engine offers a special type of material called Material Instance. This tutorial demonstrates how to set up. Material Instance is a way to create a parent material that you can use as a base to make a wide variety of different looking children. To achieve the flexibility of material instancing is called inheritance. Attached to children properties are designed as perimeters. Okay, so it's like a base, right? I think I sort of get it. Maybe. So, okay, so basically would this, okay, so would this be like mball inst white? Do you mean? And then I would make another one for the shininess or whatever it's called. M underscore ball underscore inst underscore reflection or something like that. And then that would be purely, or am I not following correctly? MI for material instance. Oh, okay. Well, that actually makes more sense than calling it. Okay, so we'll go MI ball. So would it be something like that, like color? And then we would make another instance, and then we would remove the color, but we would. But you can't have. Can you have multiple instances of materials on an object? Or am I not following what this means? Like it wouldn't be just the color on the child, right? Or would it be? Maybe that's what I'm trying to get. No, it wouldn't. It would normally be a lot more. Okay, so it's okay. So this wouldn't be called color; it'd just be MI ball, right? Like that. You have a base material color, which you make the perimeter. Then you can create as many instances as you need and edit the color for each instance. Oh, okay, gotcha. So in my, oh, okay. So this probably really wouldn't be needed for this because I'm only need. Well, maybe it will be. Never mind. All right, we'll stay with the. We'll keep this going. It's platform, right? Platform. Okay, cool. All right, sweet. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. But okay, then I come over here and I go to world object. So this right here is gonna be bars. So M bars, right? So I go M underscore bars. And then in this case, the bars, the base color of the bars is gonna be white, right? So I'm gonna go like that. Can I alter the shape too? Or no, we don't do shape. We don't need shape for this one. All right, so hit save. All right, and then I'm going to do Now, quick question. If I make edits at any time, will it alter the children or no? So should I have like a base already chosen before I make an instance of it? Of what I want it to be and then create them? Shit, the stuff I'm learning. Look at this, guys. It's a performance thing, really. Less load on your GPU. Right now, it doesn't matter, but it would scale up. I heard some games have, say, 10 materials for the entire game, and everything is instant, so you don't load 1,000 materials. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's a pretty cool concept. Not bad. Why is it so active today? It's crazy. Holy shit. I need to like fucking turn this thing off, man. I need to learn how to disconnect myself from the work life when it's days off and stuff like that. I'm so bad at doing that. Alright. Tell you what, quit. And close. All right, there. All right, we're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. Sorry. You don't have this problem. Low poly for the win. Yes. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh man. All right, cool. So that's done. All right, so now what we need to do is make a platform out of this. So let's stretch it out. And I gotta fucking add lighting in here. I can't remember how to do that. I mean, I do want it to be dark, but let's see. That's directional lighting. We don't want that. Oh shit. It's so dark now. What would it be? Skylight or reflect light? Spotlight? Is that what I want? Reflect light? No. Skylight. There we go. Huh. It's not doing anything. Where'd my skylight go? Isn't the skylight supposed to produce some light? What the hell's up with this light? You know, it might make more sense, guys, to start off with a blank world and then just kind of tweak the blank world. Cause I got a feeling we're just gonna be sitting here for a while trying to do everything from the, you know what I mean? Alright, sorry about that. Oh, why doesn't this light work? There's a way to add light in here, and I just can't remember how to do it. I'm drawing a fucking blank on it. I don't remember it. It's, where is it? It's under something. And it brings up like a thingy, and then you add the lighting. Why can't I find it? Profile. Is it light mixture? No, I don't think it's that one. Wrong. Viewports, outliner. That's window. Edit, file. Oh, I'm drawing a blank, guys. Is it here? Unreal Marketplace, basic, lights, cinematic, shapes. Visual effects. Is it here? I don't know. I'm drawing a blank on this. Oh, what is going on? I don't know. I can't. That's so weird. Yeah, but there's a way to do this. I need to learn how to do this. Like, it's so weird. Hold on. How to add light to your world. Open up the level. Place the light actors. Oh, here we go. In the modes panel. Oh. Modes panel. There's modes panel. Yeah, probably will, but I'm still trying to learn. Modes. Windows. Oh, here we go. Aha, found it. Finally, Jesus. Create skylight. All right, there we go. Holy moly. Okay, so we want... There we go. That's better. World lighting. Okay, beautiful. Holy moly. Directional light. Fog's fine. Atmosphere. And skylight. Should go to the top. I don't even really know what that is. All right. Holy moly. Environment. What? I don't even think that does anything. Oh, that does do something. So that should probably be at the tippy top, right? And then... Okay. I wonder if there's a way to align the two objects together. That should be good for right now. All right, perfect. All right, perfect. All right. All right, cool. So I gotta figure out where that camera starts, right? Oh, man. Oh, damn. At least we're finally making some progress. That's always a positive. Hey, Agent 258, how's it going? Oh, my leg. My leg. How's your day going? Scam. Not surprised. Static. Nice. Yeah, it's been pretty good here. Been pretty chill. Nothing too exciting, but you know. Nothing too crazy, but still, you know, we're learning. Oh, nice. Wait, what game were you working on again? Did you tell me? I can't remember if you did or not. If you did, I'm sorry. I totally blanked out on what it was. You don't remember your own game? Oh, okay, nuclear. I don't know if you... Okay, yeah, sorry. I thought you said you forgot your own game. I was like, that's not good. Nice. Oh, man. I gotta eat. I'm starving. I am starving, guys. It's been a long morning. Nice. What's it about again? Nuclear mages. I don't really remember. I think we gotta set up a camera, right? Oh, okay, cool. Nice. It's not it. You know what? We probably should start off with the starter. I feel like this is gonna be a nightmare. Oh, man. so tired. I'm not like tired. I'm more like I haven't moved around tired. I really need to get my standing desk stuff set up. I think it'd be better if I could actually stand, you know? Oh no, we won't do that. We just want to put a camera. Just a camera and the components details panel. Select the camera component in the components panel. Components. Yeah, but what kind of camera? Although, I think that... So do we need to put a camera on here, or I think we do, right? Because if we do this, it just allows us to move in the world. You know what I mean? We don't want that. So let's see. I think technically this would be the character, right? I think. Let's see. On the components panel, click add component. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see. So world objects. M-ball. Okay, so would we do it on the instance? Or this is where adding an instance might be a little, but this is the mesh. World objects, bars, materials, blueprint, shapes. That would technically go under world objects, not even. Okay, so this is going to be, we're going to rename this to player. There we go. That makes more sense than shapes. So, okay, so instead of ball, I'm going to call it player because ball doesn't really make sense. It really doesn't. So I'll call it player. Same over here. Let me just rename this to player. All right, cool. So that's now player. That makes sense. So we're going to go into the player and then we're going to go to where is it? Asset. But this is different, I think. Hold on. Create a new blueprint class for the player character. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's what we need to do. Here, you know what? Tell you what. Let me I'll rename this as something else. Old player. All right, and then I'm just gonna rename this to something else. All right, so let's go here, and it says to create a blueprint class. Let's see here. Create a blueprint class. Choose actor as the parent class. Okay, so there's character. Character is a type of pawn that includes the ability to walk around. We don't want that. Is an actor that can be possessed and receive input from a controller. Yeah, that's what we want. Actor is an object that can be placed or spawned in the world. I don't think it would be an actor. Character component. Would it be pawn? Pawn is an actor that can be possessed and receive input from a controller. Actor. I'm saying actor. Okay, and then we're going to do BP, blueprint underscore, and then we'll call it player character. Okay. Yep. Double click on it. All right. And then, oh, we add, okay. This makes sense now. So we add the object in here, right? Choose actor as the parent class, name the blueprint. Add a camera component. In the components panel, click add component and search for camera. Add camera. Select the camera component in the panel to view its properties and details. Adjust the camera. Okay. So would the... All right, hold on, guys. I think I'm getting it. Save. So would the... I'm trying to think. Would the whatchamacallit? Would the sphere go in here? Or would I create a sphere in here? I would, right? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Ah. Right. Okay, there we go. Right, and then I can mess with the... Hold on. So this is like right on the camera, right? And then we put it right in front. Save. Compile. Set up the player character mesh optional. Okay, so I'm gonna... We're gonna delete this. I don't need... Oh, fuck. Hold on, delete this. Don't need that. Force delete. Okay. I'm gonna drop this on here. Nice. And we're gonna... Right, okay. And then we're gonna bring this back. And we're gonna bring this up. Up. Over. And we're gonna bring it way back. Up. And then we're gonna tilt it down a little bit. Bring it up. Nope, that's good. Okay, and then we're gonna bring it back some more. Perfect. Although that should be the main character, right? Okay, and let me double click in here. Okay, and then I'm gonna add a... I don't know if this will add it into the scene, so let's find out. I'm gonna click add. All right, I'm gonna click add, and we're gonna do sphere. Static mesh. Right? Am I doing this right? Would we put the static mesh? What am I not understanding? Where is the sphere? Why doesn't it work anymore? Sphere. I don't understand. What happened to the stuff? I'm confused. I'm confusing my fucking self. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't make any sense to me. I'm a little confused. I don't really understand. So does the camera and the actor... So if I'm controlling the ball, that's the actor. But I want to put a camera on the actor, right? No. I hold on. I think I get it now. So the actor itself is a sphere, but the camera would be a world blueprint. Right. Okay, that would make more sense. Okay, I'm gonna here. Let me delete this. I think I understand what to do. Okay. Whatever. Force delete. Okay. I think I get it now. Okay, so we have player, and then we have world objects, and then we have shapes, player. Yeah, we can delete shapes. I don't need it. Delete. Yeah, whatever. Jesus. All right. Player, materials, blueprints. So this is materials. This is player. Blueprints. Content. My stuff. Content. Starter content. Content maps. Content. My stuff. Materials, world object. Okay, so these are the world objects. Materials. My stuff. blueprints. Okay, so I'm going to create a blueprint class. It's going to be an actor, and this is going to be called BP_world. Right? Yeah, okay, cool. That right there is my main actor. Or it wouldn't be an actor. So I'm sorry, it wouldn't be an actor. Let me delete this. God damn, dude. Fuck. Delete. But what would it be? It'd be a scene component. A scene component is a component that has a scene transform. No. Controller character. I don't know what it would be. It would be, I can't talk. It would be just the camera, right? So would it be the actor? But the actual actor itself. Oh, it'd be the actor, but the pawn would be the ball. That we would actually possess. And got it. That makes sense now. Okay. Okay, I get it. BP_, and then we would call it player character, which we could yeah, player or world character. I'm just gonna call it like world character. Okay, this makes sense. We double click on this. We then come to add. We search camera. We add the camera. We save. We compile. Bam. All right, I drop this into the world. Awesome. Okay, cool. There's my camera. We then, you know what I can do? Here, I'll just back up the camera then. I don't think although, is it going to matter? Actually, it might matter. All right, so let me come down here. We're going to bring in the camera. I'm going to move it right to the center. Looks like that's about the center. We're going to rotate this around. Come on. Okay, we rotate it negative 180 degrees. I'm going to take this. We're going to snap it right to the center right there. Same with the camera. Take it. We're going to pop it right to the center right there. We're going to lift it nice and high up into the sky so it's barely visible right there. And then I'm going to crank it down by 1, not by 2. Okay, perfect. And then can I make this... Shit, can I make the camera view larger? Pin preview. Because that would be great if I could get like a visual of what it looks like in a larger window. Let's bring that back because here, I barely need it visible. Like right there should be good if I'm playing the game. But we just need that tilted down a little bit. Or we keep it at, or maybe we zero it out. Would that be the default right there? There we go. All right. I mean, I can always come over here too and just like do 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 do. All right. And then do 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 do. All right. W. Okay. Perfect. And then we'll make this nice and far back as we can. Okay, perfect. And hold on, me. Okay, and then we'll rise it nice and high up into the air. All right, there we go. Perfect. Okay, great. Now what we're gonna do is, let's see. Hey, Salty, would JavaScript be a good coding refresher language for learning the basics of coding? Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, any Python. Well, maybe not Python. Although, you want to learn Swift? What is the Swift lang based on? It says C. It's based on the C lang, so I mean. Or C++. I don't know if you want to learn C++ first. Honestly, I think... You know PHP? Oh, there you go. Honestly, if you know PHP, that should be good enough to get you started. Should be good. Oh my god, why isn't this working? Give me it. Then yeah, maybe JavaScript wouldn't be a bad idea. You know, just something to get started. Sorry about that. I had to do something else for work. All right. So I think I'm sort of understanding this. So I think what we're gonna do is, okay. So we have our blueprints, and then so that's our world character, which would be the main character. All right. So we've done that. Add a component, camera. Select the camera components. Set up the player character mesh. Don't need that. Add player input. Don't need to do that. Set default pawn class. In the world settings, go to default, hit new player, blueprint, go to project settings, maps and modes, default pawn class. Okay, so project settings, edit, and then default pawn. There's game mode. Default pawn class right there. Create new blueprint. Why can't I edit that? That's weird. Default pawn. Maps. Hold on. Maps and modes. We're under that, right? Maps and modes. Default. Set the default pawn class to your BP player character. I already did that though. Why is that not working? Yeah, we really don't need that either, so I guess we can just delete that. And we don't really need skylight either, bro. Save. All right, so we hit play. Is that where the... I don't think it's default spawning where it should be, though. Okay. Okay, this right... Okay. So this right here is going to be the actual player pawn. That makes sense. think I'm starting to get it. Let's see. Oh man. All right. I think I'm starting to get it. So this is our main player, technically, the camera. And okay, so I'm gonna delete this really quickly. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a new blueprint class, and we're gonna call, and then this is gonna be a pawn. A player that can be possessed and receive input from a controller. A character type of pawn that includes the ability to walk around. Yeah, we don't need that. So we're going to do a pawn. I'm going to call it BP _ player _ ball. So this just says, or our platform, because that is technically our player. BP player _ platform. Okay. And then we're going to come over here. We're going to add, and then we're going to add a shape, which is going to be a cube. All right, sick. All right, and then we're going to sit here. We're going to go boop, 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 right there. And then we're going to go boop, 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 about right there. Okay, we're going to hit save, compile, exit. Okay, I'm going to add that right out here in the world. Okay, perfect. And then I'm going to go right here, and we're going to rotate the platform. And we're going to move it right over in front of that camera. Perfect. And then I'm going to lift the camera up a little bit. Bring it over a tad bit up. Come up, hit save. Okay, I'm going to hit play. Okay. So the thing we... All right, so I need to figure out how to get this camera to sit still. So let's see, there's got to be a way to do this. I think the way to do that, so we're going to go back into the character. And we're going to click on camera. And... I think physics. Let's see, level, cooking. Right, so we don't want the camera to move left or right, forward, back, or up or down. Okay, so we want to disable movement. Disable movement. So we want to disable movement. How do we do that? Let's see. How can I disable movement for my character camera? Open the blueprint of your player character in the event graph. Find the handle input. Okay, player character. Tick. Begin play. Event. What is it? Event graph, find the action where... Input? Movement. Event. It'd be event, right? Event. Destroy, begin play. Add custom event. Okay. Oh, no, we won't want that. I gotta figure out how to do this. So I need to... What we need to do is basically say, hey, you don't move left or right. You just stay static. Okay. Oh, man. I think we're getting there. I think I'm doing this right. I think. I think. Or I could be wrong. That actually could be a possibility. Everything I'm doing is not correct. Alright. Project settings. Let's see. World. Where are you? World. Editor. Oh, I'm so hungry. Engine, game. Maps and modes. I can't edit this though. Why? Why can't I edit the pawns? Select an asset from the content browser. Yeah, but I already created a blueprint. This doesn't make sense. Game mode, functional test game mode base. This doesn't make any sense. I can't set this as my main actor for some reason. But this is a pawn. That's all this is. So this should work. Hey Mark, how's it going? Damn. What are you sorry about? Nothing to be sorry about. But you're doing good? Nice. Good to hear. Good to hear. Trying to figure out how to make this game. I really don't know what I'm doing, so I'm just kind of going with the flow. I'm trying to figure out how to make my my camera the main actor. Just don't really get why it's not working. Yeah, so just a bit of a learning curve. So, oh, thanks. I'm gonna need the luck. Let's just put it that way. I'm definitely gonna need the luck. That's for sure. So, because if I hit play, yeah, see the main, right, so the problem is it's not, hold on. I made a, what kind of character was this? I made a actor blueprint and it's just a camera. When I go into the project settings to set it up as a default pawn, it doesn't allow me to select anything. If you're unable to select an actor in your blueprint default pawn, ensure that your actor blueprint is derived from the correct class. It should be derived from the actor class. Supports being a default pawn. Yeah, I'm trying to, I think I got an idea of how this works. So I'm trying to make this my main actor. So when I put play, the camera is the main actor. When I go to project settings and then I go down to default spawn, or default pawn. Why is it not working anymore? Hold on. So if I go down to maps and modes, see, it's not letting me select anything. This BP world character should be right here, but it's not letting me do it. It says ensure that your actor blueprint is derived from the correct class. It should be derived from the actor class or class that supports being a default pawn. Well, right. And it is, right? Default scene root. Enable show inherited variables. In the blueprint editor, check if there are any inherited variables. Prevent the class from causing. Yeah, but it should work though, you know? Your class is shown on the top right corner. Yep, okay, so it is an actor. Perfect. Yep, that's perfect. So why aren't we able to select anything? It says I can create a new blueprint, browse an asset in the current browser, and then it says use selected asset from content. Browser. Oh, maybe that's what we need to do. Do I need to click on that and then click on this? Go to map. Map. Okay. Oh, you mean this map. Gotcha. Window, world settings. Oh, gotcha. Tools window. World settings. Yep. It's all good. World. World partition. Default base sound, networking, level. Prompted visibility. Don't change anything here? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. But I mean, as you could see, like, even that's grayed out as well. See? Hey, Ilios, how's it going? I think I did this right. I made this, yeah, my main actor, and then I made this a pawn blueprint. Create a new blueprint. So I gotta recreate the same thing? Because this is already a blueprint. See? This camera has been made from a blueprint already. Or do I just gotta delete this and remake it? Create a new one? Okay. Just delete this. Alright. Well, can we do that in the project settings? Like go to project settings and then where I go to maps or whatever. Maps modes. Can we go like right here and then create? Okay, here we go. And then call it BP underscore new or camera player or player or character, right? Pawn or something like that. Would that work? Character pawn. Well, I don't think it's really a character pawn. It's more of a camera. And then we click add camera. And then hit save, compile. Just don't understand. Then I can add that back. No, apparently you can't. Fucking get this shit, dude. Stuff doesn't make sense, man. You need a game mode, which is... I just don't understand why it's so difficult. It just doesn't make sense. But it doesn't even say that in the... Dude, this is what I fucking hate about AI shit. It doesn't even mention anything about that. It just says, oh, just create a thing and then you can change it. Okay. This is why we will never... AI is still so far behind, dude. Alright, it's gonna be an actor, though, right? An actor is an object that is placed or spawned in the world, right? Yeah, but it's an actor, correct? Because we're not gonna control it, or it's not an actor. See, this is I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. So what would it be then? You know what I mean? Oh, game base mode. Game base mode defines the game being played, its rules, scoring, and other facts. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yep. Okay, cool. So this would be, okay, so I would call this BP underscore game base, right? Game underscore base. Like that? That good? If you want something to move in the level, it should be a pawn or a character. Yeah, that's what this is right here. So if we look at this, it's a pawn. Oh. Okay, so it's game mode underscore. I'll just call it break out. Okay. Yep. All right. Got it. Perfect. Yep. Okay. And then we double click. All right. Is that where we add the camera? Bro, day off to learn anything. Hold on. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Can you give me just a minute, please? Thank you. Can I copy that? Nope. How do you see the sample rate of something? Oh, man. How is there no information on the default thing? That's crazy. Oh, okay, maybe there is something there. Okay, that was a little loud. Sorry about that, guys. I don't even know if there's a way to tell. Damn, I found the answer. Look at that. See, I'm good at this shit. All right, sorry about that. For starter, hold on. You were saying something. This is where you set your pawn actor to be used, but before you do this, you need to assign the game mode to the map. Okay, so is a game mode... Okay, so the game mode has all the rules and what's allowed in there. But that's not where you would... And it says where the default stuff is starting and stuff like that, right? I think I get it. So it's like a custom set of rules. So we don't put anything in this blueprint in the viewport. It's just there, right? And then we would come over here. And then we would call it breakout. Ah, there we go. Gotcha. Okay, now I get it. Now we create an actor class, right? Where the camera is the actor, right? Because like that's the main pawn or default pawn class. Pawn most likely, but so the camera itself will never, right? So the camera itself will never move though. I never want the camera to move. You know what I mean? It would just be a static camera. But this thing right here, this will move. It'll go back and forth. That's all it'll be able to do. So would that technically be a pawn, the camera, or would it be technically an actor? Because does it really matter? Or are they kind of both the same? Actor is top of everything. Pawn is a child of class actor. Character is a child of pawn. Okay. You want a pawn because pawns can be positioned by controllers. Possessed by controllers. Well, the camera we don't want to be controlled. That's what I mean, sorry. But... Oh, man. Actor can't move with inputs. Okay, perfect. So the camera would be the actor then. Okay, that would make sense. So this should be okay then, right? Oh, not that one. Ignore that one. Okay, so an actor is an object that can be placed or spawned in the world. Okay, that's fine. What about a scene component? A scene component is a component that has a scene transform and can be attached to other scene component. And we really wouldn't need that. Actor component. An actor component is reusable. Don't need that. Player controller. A player controller is an actor responsible for controlling a pawn used by the player. Actor would be your doorway pickups, buttons. Actor. Okay. A pawn that can be placed to receive input from a... Okay, so a pawn is an actor that can be possessed and receive input from a controller. Oh, that's perfect. A character pawn that has the ability to walk around. We don't need that. Controller is an actor responsible for controlling a pawn used by the player. Oh, so we would probably want the player platform to be the player controller, right? Because it's just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, right? Or is that physically like with a controller? Is that what that means? Or would technically the keyboard be okay as well? Pawn can be a playable actor. you have a character class. Okay. No, I got it. So... would the pawn be okay to have then as the platform going back and forth? Or would we want to go even deeper, a sub down in and say, well, technically it's a character. You might keep some stuff in a character / pawn or in a controller, which is always assigned to one or the other. But it depends on what you're doing. I'm just making a platform go back and forth as the ball bounces off it. That's it. So would it be a player controller then? I guess that kind of sounds like it would make sense, right? I mean, all of them are kind of going to do the same though, right? So. But now the ball would be the act. If you plan on swapping to a different camera as opposed to moving this one, it should be a pawn. Well, for this version, I just want it to be there. You know what I mean? That's it. I don't need it to, like, do anything other than just sit there. If that makes sense. It's just there for the views. Yeah. For now, just go with pawn. Okay, and that's going to be the camera. Okay, so this will be... would this be a GM? Since it's technically a part of the game mode? Or would it be like pawn for the naming? What would you name this? Like PW or P underscore? BP player? Okay, gotcha. BP underscore player. Okay, cool. I think I had the right idea though, right? Okay, so this is my main camera, right? So then I come up here and I add the camera in. And I'm saying, okay, cool. Save, compile. Okay. So that's going to be my default pawn. BP player. Okay. And I'll add it right here. All right, perfect. Then I'll 180. I'll move it over. Now in your game mode, set it as your pawn. Okay, perfect. So if I hit play, we should be looking straight at that thing right now, right? Oh yeah, see? I can't move. Sick. But I don't think it defaulted to the camera. Here, I'll test it out. I'll bring it like right up here. And I'll hit play. See, we're seeing that up there, but that doesn't look like the game preview. Well, maybe it is, and I just can't see it because there's no lighting. That could be it. Oh, man. Maybe a good test is, I'll put it down here, and then I'll hit play. I don't think it's taken over. I don't think the default play is spawning here, though. Spawn class, HUD, player controller class, game mode, chess. Now, if you want to drag your player into the level, you might need to set one option. The other way around be start point, but that's fine for now. Suppose this is or something. Well, this should be the default spawn, right? Have a look in the details panel for the pawn. Tab. World setting. There's world. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see. Sorry. Yeah. Gotcha. Sorry. Okay. Search for possess. Oh, sorry. Bro, are you gonna fucking... Here, I'll put this over here for now. Would we want it under B? Auto possess player disabled. Auto placed in world. Placed in world or spawned. Find camera component after. Click on that. Auto possess player. Auto possess player. What am I not understanding? Sorry, I apologize. I don't understand. Auto possess player. Oh, and then do player 0. Gotcha. Okay, cool. I think that's it. Yeah, I think maybe here. Let me move that down. Let me hit save. Yeah, I think that's it. There we go. Okay. So this is player 0 now, right? Remember, there's always a box to tick option to choose from the list. Placed in world. There is. Okay, cool. So there we go. So that's perfect. You know what I really need to do? I probably should add some lighting in this until everything's built, and then I'll make it nice and dark and all that shit. Because we can't see shit right now. Where would I add that lighting in? Window tools. Build, select, window, world settings, variant. Okay, there we go. Now we can actually see. I couldn't see shit, dude. There we go. Now I can actually see. So if we hit play. There, now we can actually see. Okay, perfect. I'm not able to move anything right now. Perfect. All right, so what I'm going to do is... Can I make this full screen, by the way? Oh, perfect. No, that's fine. But yeah, if I can make that full screen, that would be perfect. Or is there like a window for that? You know what I mean? Like a okay, that's fine. All right, so I'm gonna take that and we're gonna bring it back. And then we're gonna bring it up. Right about there. All right, let me hit save. Doesn't really look like the preview. Oh, okay, there we go. Let me test it out. If I hit play, let's see if it updates. Unfortunately, it doesn't update, which sucks. It'll forever be this, unless there's a way to like refresh it every time. Yeah. All right, that's fine. Okay, so doesn't work like that. Gotcha. Okay. All right, cool. So right. Gotcha. Okay. We're making progress. Oh my goodness. What's up? Maybe in the other mode you had, it would. That's okay. All right. That's fine for now. We'll worry about camera placements and shit like that later. But for the most part, this is perfect. Okay. So now what I need to do is I need to make this move back and forth, this object, which is the, okay, so this is a pawn, and what we need to do is give it movement, right? So let's go to event graph. And, well, no. I think the first thing that I need to do is go to edit, project settings, and then we need to search for input. And let's see. It should be an actor. Okay. Can I change it? Or no? I just want it to go back and forth. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's all it's gonna do. It's a ball's gonna bounce on it. It's gonna go back and forth, and the ball's going boing, boing, boing. That's it. Just back and forth. Doesn't go up or down. Just side to side. Yep. Like. On its Z-axis, that's it, right? Z? Yeah. It just goes Z-axis, that's it. It doesn't go Y, doesn't go Z. Fuck! Not Z, fucking, X, what? Yeah, it's X-axis, right? Or in Unreal is X. Is it Y? Leave it, make a new character. Okay, gotcha. Actually, shit. Tell you what, I really need to eat. I'm fucking starving. Let me stop right here. But this is good progress. I know it's the hardest fucking way to do it. It probably would have been easier just to do a third-person character and then delete objects out, but whatever, you know. We gotta learn somehow, right? Let me stop right here. Yeah, I definitely need a break. We're going on we're about to hit 7 hours. I just need to eat. And then I'm good. Maybe it would be easier. Maybe we should just start with a, yeah. You know, should we just start with a, whatchamacallit, with a third world, maybe? Like a drop down or top down or maybe even like a third person. Yeah, sorry. Like a third person, template. And then we could just start cutting shit out of there that we don't even need. You know what I mean? That way the camera is already there. The actor is already there. You know what I mean? And then that way, you know what I mean? Maybe that might be a hell of a lot easier than starting from like literally nothing. You know what I mean? Because that's a lot of work you're at it. Because you got to change the game mode. You got to add in the actors. I agree with you. Okay, so tell you what we'll do. Let me stop, take a break, get some food, eat good. Because I'm starving right now. It's 1:24. Because it'll be hours of setting. Real, yeah. Yeah, and it's gonna be a nightmare trying to do it all in chat. Yeah. Right. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, most people that jump into the shit aren't gonna start from fucking scratch, anyways. They're gonna have a template going, you know. So yeah, let's do that. Well, should I could do the gym tonight then? Or should I eat and then just go to the gym? Actually, it would be best to do the gym tonight because I can do this. This is going to cook my fucking brain. And then after, it's going to mentally drain me. So I'll do this now. Because if I go to the gym, I'm going to come home tired. And I'm going to be like, no, I don't want to do this. So, okay. All right. Tell you what, give me like... Yeah, I'll be back on tonight. I'll be back on in a little bit. Okay, so here's the plan. I'm going to end stream. I'm going to grab some food because I'm starving. I'm in Eastern Standard. It's 1:25 p.m. right now. And I'll be right back on. Let me just grab... I'll eat a big lunch. That way... Yeah, okay, I'll do that. GMT 0. What time is it for you right now? Okay, perfect. I'll be back in like, give me like 30 minutes. How's that sound? Like 35 minutes. That sound good? That will give me enough time to cook lunch. I'm just going to cook like 2 chicken breasts and some eggs. I just need some food. I'm starving. You know what I mean? And if I know if I sit here, I'm going to... Okay, perfect. All right, let me do that. Then what we'll do is we'll jump on a call and then, I'll work on this, and then at like 5 p.m. my time, or 6 p.m. or 7, I gotta stop, and then I gotta go to the gym. I just gotta make sure I go to the gym. And then I'll be done. And then if I want to stream like Call of Duty or League tonight, I can. Because if I don't do this now, I'm not gonna want to do it tonight. I'm gonna go to the gym, I'm gonna come home and be like, yeah, I'm not getting on Unreal. My brain's cooked. Yeah, so okay. So here's what we're gonna do, guys. I'm gonna end stream right now. I'm gonna grab some food. And then I'll be right back on, okay? Is that you right there? Oh, of course, yeah, tech. Duh. All right, perfect. I'll add you. Where are you? Oh yeah, of course that's you. Okay. You sent me your thing the other day. All right, perfect. All right, sweet. Yeah, I'll be back on in like 45 minutes max. All right, guys. I will be back on. I just got to go grab some food so I have some energy because, dude, there's nothing worse than when you're trying to learn something and then you start like getting frustrated and then you get even more frustrated because you're hungry and you get hangry. So, all right, guys, I'm going to stop stream. Not bad. 7 hours again, dude. Oof. Dude, this shit takes some time to learn. But honestly, I think this is the best way to learn, though. We could sit here all day and watch tutorial videos. It just gets so boring. You know, I think the ones that we watch were good. They give us a great understanding of what all the buttons on the editor are. But there's just so much to do. And I think you can only, like... Yeah. All right, I'll be back in 45 minutes. Okay? All right, guys. I will see you all in a little bit. All right, I'll be right back. Bye-bye.